you. I have sticky notes. Highlighters if you need any.
Good.
I enjoy
5
looking at
seconds.
it.
All right.
All your stickers.
Yeah. I know.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the January meeting of the New Hanover County Board of Education. Call this meeting to order. If we could please have Rabbi, or our Rabbi that's here for invocation. Is this you? Thank you. Everyone please stand.
El Hayako, El Hayatzak, El Hay. God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, we thank you and bless you for this time together. We thank you, Lord, for the privilege of being here, to ask you to bless this Board of Education as they are meeting, to conduct business for our schools and for our children. We thank you, Lord, that you give them wisdom, knowledge, understanding, and discernment in what needs to be done. And you, Hanover County, as the Board of Education, to help our children to grow, to learn, and to be able to function in this world as they need to. We thank you for keeping everyone safe. We thank you for healing those who are sick with various remedies. And Lord, we thank you for the peace that you give us through our Messiah, Yeshua. We thank you and bless you in his name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you very much. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. And thank you very much, Rabbi George Holland of the Bet Hillel Messianic Synagogue for our invocation this evening. Next item on the agenda, first roll call of 2021. Happy New Year, everyone.
New Year.
Ms. Bowie.
Good evening. Miss Adams.
Here.
Mr. Boyer.
Here.
Miss Craybill.
Here.
I'm sorry, Miss Justice.
Here.
Miss Craybill.
Here.
Mr. McManus.
Oh,
Here.
here.
Miss Walker.
Here.
And Mr. Wildebohr.
Present.
All right, thank you very much. Second item on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve. Mr. Buller.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wildebohr. Any discussion? All right, Ms. Bowie?
Miss Adams.
Aye.
Mr. Boyer.
Aye.
Miss Justice.
Aye.
Miss Craybill.
Aye.
Mr. McManus.
Aye.
Miss Walker.
Yeah.
And Mr. Wildebohr.
Aye.
All right, agenda is approved by a vote of 7-0. Next item on the agenda is a closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statutes 143-318.11, A1, A3, and A6 to consider personnel matters and to maintain the confidentiality of personnel records under North Carolina General Statutes 115C-319 and -321, and to consult with the board's attorney to preserve attorney-client privileged information. Do I have a motion?
Move for closed session pursuant to the statutes. Mr. Buller.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Craybill. Any other discussion? Ms. Bowie?
Miss Adams.
Aye.
Mr. Boyer.
Aye.
Miss Justice.
Aye.
Miss Craybill.
Aye.
Mr. McManus.
Aye.
Miss Walker.
Yeah.
And Mr. Wildebohr.
Aye.
We are in closed session. Thank you very much. next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes from the December regular board meeting, December 8th, 2020, and the special board meeting held on December 12th, 2020. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Ms. Bowie? Sorry. Oh, sorry, yes, I'm sorry. Is there any discussion?
All right, so I had a question about the minutes where, in the vote that we took.
Which date?
Oh, I know, hold on,
The
I'm
8th?
so sorry.
The 8th, the first meeting?
Yes, where it says, the voting for the waiver, didn't we vote for a waiver of policy 6435? I didn't see a vote recorded, and I thought we voted on that.
Far down were we? In the policies?
No, it wasn't, it wasn't, let me pull it back up, I'm so sorry, I mean, I wrote it down to myself, that the, it says in the minutes that we just talked about it.
Yeah. It says that the motion was made by Mr. McManus, seconded by myself. Waiver of policy 6435. It's in the minute attachment.
And did it say?
Waiver of policy 6435, yes, the votes are here.
It said that, okay,
Motion
then I must have
7-0.
not read the attachment, I'm so sorry. And then the other one was, when we voted about Plan A, where it said that Ms. Justice abstained, and we were told that yes equals abstention, and so, but it was recorded as a 5-2 vote, not a 6-1 vote. Not that it matters, but if we're gonna keep track of that.
Pull that up. Let's see here.
There was a legal reason, according to Ms. Stagner, why my abstention would be counted as an abstention and not a yes. And we have talked about it so much, at this point, I'm slightly confused, but there was the legal precedent when it came to school board actions to go ahead and allow us abstention instead of counting as a yes. Can't remember what it was at this point.
I recall getting several emails that said that's not the case, so
And I
just
got a
wanted
couple
to-
that were, that's why I'm, as I said, at this point.
My recommendation would be that it is noted as an abstention and not as a yes or no vote.
So then the vote would then be 5-1?
5-1 with Ms. Justice abstaining.
Yeah, so
Alright.
I would just like to capture that.
So you would like to make a motion to accept the minutes with the addition of the edit
Yeah,
of the abstention?
well, I'll second, well, it's already been voted in second, I have to make another motion to do that?
With the edits?
Or I'll just move to accept the minutes as amended.
As edited?
As amended, okay, thank you.
I'll second it.
Second for Ms. Walker. All right, any other discussion? All right, Ms. Bowie?
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Bollier?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
Aye.
Ms. Craybill?
Aye.
Mr. McManus?
Aye.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Thank you. Minutes are approved. Next item on the agenda is recognition of achievement. I believe we are going to have Ms. Ann Gibson from Communications and Outreach to the podium, please.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Tonight, during recognition of achievement, we'll be honoring the following. School Showcase presenter, Williston Middle School, Ms. Andy Webb, who is instructional coach at Forest Hills Elementary School, New Hanover High School 10th grader Ella Harden, and Ms. Skyla Harper, beginning Teacher of the Year finalist.
Thank you.
We are Williston, built on a legacy of greatness, by respecting ourselves and each other. We are still the greatest school under the sun.
graduate of Williston that I've met and talked to and spent time with has such a deep pride.
That's definitely a loving community that is full with hope and resilience.
Ain't nothing like it, man. Ain't nothing like it. Anybody that went to Williston, whether they graduated or not, it's almost like mom and dad.
We're like a family here in Williston. Our kids are the focus of our attention, not only when we're in the classroom, but outside the classroom. We care about the whole student. Our staff is really hardworking, committed to the success of our students.
The students are the best part of Williston. They make my day. They're sweet, friendly, and always entertaining. There's never a dull moment.
I like all my teachers. I'm happy with them. Like, I feel like I learn a lot. Yeah. I learn a lot. I like the teachers. I like the classmates. I like it a lot.
Teachers, they cared about us. Everybody was somebody.
The students of Williston have a certain energy that they bring. They come from a lot of different places, a lot of different backgrounds, but the energy that they bring is unlike any other school that I've been at, and it challenges me and charges me to teach my best every day.
Here at Williston, we are working to continue the legacy of building excellence within our students.
Williston is the anchor of Black community. Has been, still is. It's just as reflected. Our vision is to bring it back as near as possible as it used to be.
That's how I feel about Williston. It's a great place to work, and it really is the greatest school I've ever seen.
Good evening, Board Chair, Vice Chair, members of the New Hanover County Board of Education. We will be presenting to you our board recognitions for January 5th, 2021. First up, we have Andy Webb, instructional coach for Forest Hills Elementary. Ms. Webb has been named as a state finalist for the Presidential Award for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching for 2020. Her application will be reviewed by the National Science Foundation's National Selection Committee. The White House will announce the results of the national selection process. Next up, we have 10th grader from New Hanover High School, Ella Harding. Congratulations to Ella Harding. Ella placed second at the NC Chinese Student Speech Contest hosted by the Confucius Institute at the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. Ella began studying Mandarin at the International School of Gregory. Our final recognition of the evening is Ms. Skyla Harper. As many of you may remember, Ms. Harper was selected to represent New Hanover County Schools in the Beginning Teacher of the Year for DPI. She has now been selected as a finalist. Ms. Harper has been selected as a finalist for the North Carolina Center for the Advancement of Teaching's 2020 Prudential Beginning Teacher of the Year Award. Only 27 finalists are named from the entire state. She will attend a one-week leadership conference in April where the state winner will be announced. Good luck to Ms. Harper, and we want to congratulate all of our recognitions this evening. We are very proud of the work they have been doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That Williston video was beautiful. Congratulations. congratulations to all of our educators and our students that were recognized this evening. Incredible work that you are doing in our schools during very difficult times, so thank you very much. All right, next item on the agenda is the call to the audience. And I am going to pass this over to Ms. Bowie since we have some in person and some over the phone. And so Ms. Bowie will call the names and we can go ahead and get started.
Good evening. Our first member to participate is in person, and that is Mr. Peter Rawich.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. Tonight, I'd like to talk about how lucky you are. You are lucky no staff members have died from COVID-19. Melissa Bowman was not lucky. She was the data manager at Popland Elementary School in Indian Trail, North Carolina. She died from COVID in November. Melissa was 51 years old and leaves behind a husband and 2 children. You are lucky no administrators have died from COVID-19. Tashir Patterson was not lucky. He was the principal of the Enfield Middle STEAM Academy in Enfield, North Carolina. He died from COVID in July. Tashir was 50 years old. He leaves behind over 200 students at his school. You are lucky no teachers have died from COVID-19. John Kroll was not lucky. He was a 7th grade science teacher at Swift Creek Middle School in Clayton, North Carolina. He died from COVID this past December. John was 40 years old and leaves behind a wife and 5 children. You are lucky no students have died from COVID-19. Araya Morales was not lucky. She was a 2nd grade student at the Creekside Elementary School in Durham. She died from COVID last June. Araya was 8 years old and leaves behind her mother, father, and sister. So far, you are one lucky school board. With the decisions you are making, it seems like you're counting on that luck continuing into the future. It's only a matter of time before your luck runs out. What's needed is a risk assessment that compares the safety of Plan A to Plan B. When that's completed, make it public, and you'll earn our trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roach.
Thank you, Mr. Roach.
Our next call to the audience will be remote, and that will be by Barbara Anderson.
Good evening, school board members and staff. My name is Barbara Anderson, and I'm a retired educator from New Hanover County Schools. As we enter into a new year, you are faced with many decisions regarding the safety and health of our students, our educators, and the community at large. Schools don't operate in silos. Pandemics require laser focus on health, safety, and survival. This requires hard choices. As you decide policies and practices that affect the common good of the community, your decisions hold the life of children in your hands. This is your reality, whether you realize it or not. COVID is rising at exponential rate. I am discouraged that the school board even considered the possibility of putting young children in enclosed classrooms with full attendance in a Plan A, knowing full well that 6 feet distancing cannot be realistically maintained. You also said last October that the positivity rate had to be at or below 5%. Now you're adjusting your own metrics so that you can justify Plan A. What is this really all about? Students' well-being or test scores? If it's test scores, then how are you maintaining a consistent learning environment? Test scores will not increase if classroom teachers are constantly changing due to having substitutes or other teachers being pulled from their duties to cover absent teachers. Test scores will not increase if students or whole classrooms are constantly quarantining. Test scores will not increase in such a disruptive, chaotic environment. The premise that spread does not happen within schools is no longer relevant. The Director of Public Health in Brunswick County has already made that clear. New CD data shows that young children do actually spread the virus, can become infected if not seriously or resulting in death. You can't control the spread in schools when it isn't controlled in the community. What is your level of student health risk versus your level of spread risk? Have you done an assessment? The public wants clear information from you, the board, and you, Dr. Faust, as to the district's plans as we move forward to help parents decide what is best for their children. Think outside the educational silos for those at risk and need face-to-face, such as those with special education needs or failing high school seniors. Maybe move summer break to now and extend the winter break into the summer. I'm asking you to not move into Plan A for elementary grade levels yet. Maintain a more consistent learning environment by staying in Plan B until the COVID numbers meet your already defined metrics of 5% infection rate with a 6-foot distancing, as you agreed upon in the past. This is not a time for toxic positivity. This is not the time to worry about losing learning or poor test scores. This is a time for all of us to laser focus on the health and life of our students. COVID knows no boundaries, does not pick and choose who it infects, who it makes critically ill, or who it kills. I implore you to stop playing Russian roulette with the lives of the children, the families, and the people in this community. I'm asking you, I'm begging you to stay on Plan B until communities.
The next call to the audience is from Mary Carney, remote.
Hi, this is Mary Carney, and I am just calling to encourage you to continue with Plan B for the elementary schools, at least until things subside, the pandemic and subsides a little more. New Hanover County's numbers are going up, and so children aren't so affected. They do probably carry the virus. So I hope that you will continue with Plan B for the next few months instead of going to Plan A for the elementary, in respect to the needs of the adults that work with those children. Thank you so much. Bye.
The next call to the audience is remote, and it is from Deborah Maxwell.
Hello, Dr. Foss, Chairperson Super Adams, and members of the board. I am Deborah Dix Maxwell, President of the New Hanover County NAACP. There are many issues that every school system has, but there are some major issues here, and it is my sincere hope that this new board will address and not place a media Band-Aid on these issues. First, all schools need to reopen safely with no risk to staff or students. I support the educators of the Hanover County Association of Educators in this effort. Lest we forget, we are still in a pandemic. Secondly, we really need to fully address the inequities in education. Yes, there is a committee, and there have been many committees over the years with various names, but the problem still remains. I challenge this new board to do more to erase these gross inequities. Thirdly, give our children a fair chance to be a productive citizen of society. You have the ability to do this. The power is in your hands. Thank you.
Next, we have Clyde Edgerton, remote.
My name is Clyde Edgerton. I'm with Concerned Parents and Citizens 2020. First, we would like to thank the new board members for not being passively directed by school administrators and lawyers, as has sometimes been the case with school boards for the last 2 decades. We also realize that extremely difficult COVID-19 decisions must be made daily for some time, but we request that as soon as possible, there be measurable attempts to increase teacher and student enjoyment of their daily work. We believe this must go hand in hand with improving test scores, else the point of a good education is missed. We also respectfully ask that you do the right thing and come clean regarding at least 3 questionable matters involving Tim Markley, Wayne Bullard, and Deb Greenwood. Number 1, there was that attorney Jill Wilson interview with Dr. Markley waiting backstage as Dr. Markley left the theater with the school board's blessing and a large sum of money. Number 2, Wayne Bullard walked away with intimidating cell phone videos on the board time, made on the board time. And number 3, Deb Greenwood's forced resignation was presented to the world as unforced. Please don't keep hiding the truth about these matters. Please clear the air and find remedy where remedy is available, as in the Markley-Randy Johnson case and with students and parents who were cheated in the Greenwood case. Finally, we respectfully request that you do not fight lawsuits of people who have been sexually molested. Thank you.
Up next is Angie Caney, and she is remote.
Good evening. My name is Angie Caney. 2 years ago, our group addressed the board to advocate for victims of sexual abuse in our schools. We requested a third-party, unbiased survey for elementary, middle, and high school students and staff to identify assailants and areas of discrimination, harassment, and assault, as well as victims needing support in our schools. We provided information as to how we can administer these surveys easily and at virtually no cost to NHCS. We are confident that this would help us to empower victims, hold predators accountable, and give us valuable information to provide safer schools for our students. 2 years ago, in a 6-1 vote, our school board denied that request and chose to protect the transgressions of abuse and discrimination over victims. But today is a new day with new leaders. I watched a few weeks ago as 4 new board members asked hard but necessary questions with regard to school safety and seemed to do their homework and take their decision-making role very seriously. It was impressive. For the first time in a long time, I saw board members other than Ms. Justice show real empathy and concern for students and teachers. I was encouraged, and I'm hopeful that tonight you will allow your conscience to guide you in making decisions that will break the cycle of abuse and discrimination, and that you will join us in advocating for victims. I ask that you no longer blindly follow a leader that does not work diligently to uncover wrongdoings and promote accountability as a top priority. This survey is needed for transparency and to expose the truth. It also cannot go unnoticed by our community that we lost a brilliant, compassionate, and selfless longtime NHCS staff member and beloved librarian at Trask Middle School and Miss Lisa Coley to cancer last week. One educator, but one that surely made all the difference. I, like many others, had to break the sad news to my own son, who adores Miss Coley, and to say it was devastating is an understatement. I imagine that there are thousands of students who were just as heartbroken. While Ms. Coley did not pass away from COVID-19, her passing has hit us just as hard, and there will always be a void at Trask Middle School, where she once filled our school with a love for literacy and for her students. It serves as a reminder to me and us all that the loss of one teacher is a loss far too great. As a parent, I am devastated, and I know without reservation that I cannot deliver the news of one more tragedy to my son or any other child. We must value and protect our staff and students. One of many things that Ms. Coley instilled in me is how to be a better advocate. From the first day I met her, she encouraged me to be a voice for the voiceless, and in her honor, I fully intend to continue to be. My hope is that tonight you make decisions with regard for the safety that are in the best interest of our staff and students, whether it be related to the COVID reopen or healing, prevention, and accountability from sexual abuse. You have the power to keep our schools safe and earn our trust.
Next, we have Elizabeth Cruis. Up next is Sandy Isles.
Hi, my name is Sandy Isles. Tonight I have 4 points to discuss. 1. On Sunday I requested a copy of any risk assessment New Hanover County had conducted to compare safety of Plan A versus Plan B. Dr. Faust, surely you and your staff conducted an assessment and determined the level of risk appropriate for the 26,000 plus students and staff whom you're liable for. The public needs to see the results of this assessment. Number 2, what risk of quarantine has the district considered under Plan A? By my calculations, I'm expecting our quarantine numbers at minimum to multiply by 8. Maybe the health department can talk about this more. How did I determine this? Well, currently, if a student tests positive, it often has no impact on others because students are 6 feet apart. However, under Plan A, the district acknowledges that students could be 2 feet apart, which means the 3 students sitting in front of the infected child, the 2 on either side of them, and the 3 behind them are now within 6 feet, meeting the criteria for quarantine. So 1 positive case now means 8 other students at minimum are exposed. Is this correct? The week of December 18th, New Hanover County had 15 positive elementary school cases and 36 in quarantine. Is it fair to say that number could increase from 36 to 120 in just 1 week? What impact will this have on student learning? How will we handle staffing? How will staff get paid now that COVID pay has expired? What impact will this have on local businesses when their employee must suddenly stay home for 10 to 24 days because their child cannot go to child care due to exposure? Not to mention the loss of income, increasing trauma for our students. And what if that employee is a teacher? Plan B has very low quarantine risk, which makes it very confusing why Dr. Faust is in support of Plan A. Increased quarantines, chaos, and complexity will not improve test scores or student outcomes. Number 3, I'm also very concerned about the mixed messages we're getting from the health department. If Plan A is unsafe, it needs to be said clearly. Otherwise, vague answers appear in support. If it is safe for children to be in a classroom with 30 other people for 30 hours a week, families will believe it is safe to gather in social groups, contributing to community spread. This inconsistent messaging is dangerous for our community and breaks public trust. Finally, number 4, Brunswick County is reporting transmission in schools among students where social distancing is impossible. What's the district's response to this? Does New Hanover County have access to some magic fairy dust to protect our kids? Because if not, we're gonna meet the same fate as Town Creek. It does not make sense to purposefully transmission into our schools, contributing to community spread and putting more lives at risk. Thank you.
Next, we have Elizabeth Cruis.
Hi, I would like to first thank the board for the opportunity to ask questions tonight. My first question is, why is pre-K through 5th grade returning on Plan A when the numbers have risen significantly in the past few weeks? My second question is, how are we going to keep the teachers and staff from getting COVID when social distancing will be less than 6 feet? And my third and last question is, why is the school board not considering Plan C or Plan B for the younger grades until teachers and staff are able to receive their COVID-19 vaccinations? Thank you again for the opportunity to ask questions, and I look forward to hearing your responses to my questions. Thank you.
Next, we have Leslie Posey.
Good evening. This is Leslie Posey. I'm a retired New Hanover County teacher as well as a parent and community member. I am very concerned about your continuing decision to return the elementary students to Plan A on January 19th. In August, you said you would not consider moving the schools out of Plan C until the local COVID positive test rates were below 5%. This has not yet happened. As of today, New Hanover County's rate is over 10%. The statewide rate is 15.5%. Last Friday, the White House COVID-19 task force sent a message directly to North Carolina that read in part, quote, "There are critically high rates of spread in North Carolina. If you gathered outside your home recently, assume you are infected," end quote. Given this information, I would like to know specifically what risk assessment metrics you are using to justify moving the elementary children to Plan A. How are you comparing the safety precautions, especially social distancing, available between the two programs? Additionally, how are you taking into account the recently discovered viral mutation, which early research shows is up to 70% more contagious and is significantly more contagious in children? I hope you are using the scientific information about this virus in your planning. Everyone is safer staying in Plan B. Thank you.
Next, we have Deborah Abel.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Abel. I'm a retired teacher, parent, and community member. Having spent the majority of my 34-year teaching career in New Hanover County, I've experienced firsthand how awesome the crisis team response to the death of colleagues and students has been. Hospice has come in and done several sessions with all classes, with extra support given to the classes directly affected. Counselors from other schools have come in and supported both students and staff as we dealt with the devastation and loss. In one case, central office staff even came in and covered all our classes so that we could attend a colleague's funeral. The response was overwhelming and so needed. As our community numbers of COVID-19 rise and our schools enter Plan A, which does not allow for the social distancing recommended by federal, state, local health officials, and the ABC Science Collaborative, we face the possibility that we may be dealing with multiple deaths at one time. Pandemic protocols restrict outside agencies from entering our schools. I was trying to wrap my head around how you plan to respond effectively to support not just staff, but students who are touched by grief. I've searched the county website and I have not found a plan. When I called central office, I was informed the plan is there, but it's only accessible with an authorized password as it's a protected document. The state's Strong Schools Public Health Toolkit only links me to the CDC guidelines for grief and loss. With our county's positive test results rising, hospitalizations on the rise, and the frequency of deaths from COVID-19 increasing, in addition to those from other causes, it's important that the plan in place be revisited to address the potential increased need for this service. From experience, just one death is going to affect the whole staff and student body for a long time. Wouldn't it be a better decision to reduce the risk of this happening by staying in Plan B instead of pushing forward with Plan A and the it can't happen to us mentality? Thank you.
Next, we have Francesca Vernon.
Good morning and Happy New Year. My name is Francesca Vernon and my daughter attends Ogden Elementary. I am calling again to express my support for remaining in Plan B. I appreciate that this board has slowed down the process toward moving to Plan A, and I would like to continue to encourage you to do so. The Strong Schools Toolkit specifically states that Plan A will be implemented if state COVID-19 metrics stabilize or move in a positive direction. This is clearly not the case. New Hanover County COVID positives as of this morning sits at 10.2%. 18 people in New Hanover County have died since the week of Christmas. New Hanover County DHHS reported new records for COVID-19 key metrics for January 1st and January 2nd. On January 1st, North Carolina reported its highest one-day number of COVID-19 cases. 52 children in North Carolina have been diagnosed with multi-system inflammatory syndrome. My daughter's third grade class is projected to be at capacity, 23 to 24 children with less than 2 feet of social distancing. This is unacceptable. Have you completed a risk assessment? Where is the data that you are using to support your decision to remove one of the 3 W's? My daughter is the one who asked to send you all a video regarding her understanding that it is the 3 W's used together that provide proven safety measures. She is 9 and she understands this. The governor's website states that back in September, Plan A was an option because North Carolina had, quote, doubled down on our safety and prevention measures and stabilized our numbers. That is no longer the case, as you well know. Moving to Plan A puts our children, families, teachers, staff, and loved ones at an unacceptable risk. I challenge you to show me the data that proves me wrong. I want our children back in school, but it has to be done safely with proven safety measures. Like other parents have stated, I request an acknowledgement of my questions and a response. This board continues to ignore parent concerns and requests for information. I will remind you that the first principle of the ABC Collaborative is transparency. Thank you.
Next, we have Dorian Cromartie, and he is remote.
Hello, my name is Dorian Cromartie. I am 29 years old. I am the grandson of Rachel Freeman. And my comment is simply this, that opening the schools too early is absolutely irresponsible. It is something that could be detrimental to our community by opening the schools too early. I would like to also remind you that the science is there that opening the schools too early can also have a great impact on our community, and many of the community leaders who are in the medical field are against opening schools early. No one on the school board has studied infectious diseases or respiratory diseases, tuberculosis, malaria, nothing like that. Not even HIV/AIDS. No one has a degree on the board on any of these subjects. So to open the schools early against what the science says is absolutely irresponsible. It's almost as if playing with fire or playing Russian roulette with children's lives, as well as the adults they go home to. And many of the adults in some communities are elderly. So I would ask you once again to reconsider this and not do it, and just be responsible to yourselves, and not only yourselves, but the entire community. Thank you, and have a great day.
Next, we have a recording from an anonymous caller.
I'm calling as an employee of the New Hanover County Schools, but would like to remain anonymous due to fear of employer and parent criticism. I cannot for the life of me understand how the Board of Education is even considering sending kindergarten through fifth back at the most critical part of this pandemic. Not to mention our hospitals are reaching capacity, doctors and nurses are at their breaking point, and it would be a slap in their face. But here we are, saying, hey, let's send our most innocent back with no guarantee of social distancing, which the CDC recommends. There are so many reasons the Board of Education needs to reconsider this move into a full Plan A. If you haven't heard or understood, then by now, then shame on you. You should not be serving on a school board. At the very least, recommend Plan B hybrid until all New Hanover County School employees can receive the vaccine, and it has time to take its effect, which is 10 days. Thank you.
Next, we have an anonymous caller, remote.
Good evening, board members. With the county's COVID cumulative trend upwards, well surpassing the 5% positivity rate stated by Dr. Faust as the recommendation for reopening schools, all minds need to be on deck for out-of-the-box thinking. New Hanover County Schools lacks a clear, undifferentiated, district-wide plan for remote learning. By having site-based decisions regarding remote learning, the disparity is apparent. Different schools have different plans which vary greatly in both execution and results. If students are held to one standard in regards to end-of-year testing, administrators and teachers should be held to one uniform standard as well. During a pandemic, clear, decisive leadership is critical and is sorely lacking in this area.
Our next caller is Alyssa Van China.
My name is Alyssa Van China. I am a resident of Carolina Beach, North Carolina. I have a 6-year-old that goes to Carolina Beach Elementary School. I was so grateful when we returned to Plan B, the 2 days a week. I believe in the elementary school age group, they need in live instruction. They cannot learn from an iPad, synchronous or asynchronous. This is deterring their mental health now and in the future. I highly believe that we need to return to Plan A full time, especially for someone in this age group in elementary school. There has been a joy since he's returned, and I'm concerned that that's going to change if the board decides to pull and or take a step back. I believe there are other safe parameters we can take to return to Plan A, including vaccinating our teachers, including using other buildings and spacing out children, such as maybe high school or middle school buildings. But this is something that our children need to do. In Canada, where my family are teachers, they are thinking outside the box and having children bring in a clean pair of shoes that are only used inside of the building, which I found quite interesting. I am an essential worker, as is my husband. My kids have been at a daycare since June, and we have been paying lots of money to do that, to keep Lucas there in a safe manner. And they have figured out how to run a business with the coronavirus, so I feel like the schools need to do the same. I would highly appreciate the return to some type of new normal, even if it's with masks and a little bit further apart. But we need to let our kids learn, because 10 months of waiting and waiting has been way too long for the parents and the community. Again, I am an employee at the hospital. It is a scary time for all, but we need to move forward and we need to figure this out in a safe way. Thank you for your time. Bye-bye.
So that concludes our remote calls, and now we have guests tonight. Our first call to the audience member in person is Amanda White.
Good evening, board members. I'm Amanda White, as you know. I'm a chemistry teacher at Halgard High School, and I'm also the president of the New Hanover County Association of Educators. I do want to start off by saying that we are grateful that the members that did get to meet with us, we do know that it was short notice, that you spoke with us, because we know that you all communicate with each other. So hopefully our message did get to everybody, that our asks and our requests are very important to educators right now. So I'm going to be speaking on transparency. And while this is something that can be done and does not necessarily affect what is done at school, it is very important to educators, and it's important to the public, as we need to know what's happening within our schools when we're not able to be there. So to be very clear, our association wants to reopen our schools, and we want to do it when we can do it safely. Educators feel safer when they know that there is full transparency of infection data, and that would be on the New Hanover County dashboard. We know some administrators feel strongly that they have been transparent, so I just want to make this clear on what is missing in that dashboard. The bottom line question for educators and staff who may be forced to go back into buildings without social distancing is this: will I be infected with what can be a deadly virus by someone else in the building who is already COVID positive? Will I be a victim of a secondary infection? Educators and the public deserve to know this. There have been secondary infections, and we just don't know if it has happened in New Hanover County, or when, or how many, or which schools. And so we do not believe that this is acceptable to our educators and to the public, as schools should be a very safe place to learn and to be. So what I'm asking is that as you are considering sending all elementary school students and educators and staff to the building without the standard of 6 feet and social distancing at the height of the pandemic, that you, one, be fully transparent, but two, that as you're considering this, that you consider how many people will be infected, and you did hear that from some of the call to the audience speakers that were remotely at home. So we know that transparency leads to accountability, and accountability leads to improvements to our schools being a safer place to be. So just want to make this clear once again. We do want to reopen our public schools, but we want to do it safely. Thank you.
Next, we have Kaylee Pave.
Hi, my name is Kaylee Pear. I am a 6th grade social studies teacher at Gregory. And I just want to speak a little bit about our request. I am also a NCAE member. Our request to have a staff advisory council. New Hanover County educators are committed to doing what's best for students. We want a safe reopening and we want to help make that possible. We know that getting to a plan A that's safe is not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy to find 6 feet of social distancing for students who attend school in person. But educators are ready to shoulder some of those burdens of coming up with the hard answers that we need. Educators are in the schools every day, and we know the challenges that our schools face better than anyone. In order for educators to contribute to the discussions on a safe reopening, we need a formal structure to do so. A staff advisory council that should formally meet, come up with solutions, and offer plans. This advisory council should consist of educators from a variety of settings across the county. It should be made up of classroom teachers, instructional support staff, and TAs, as well as custodial and cafeteria staff. We hope it's clear to everyone who's listening that we're not trying to obstruct. We're not just trying to throw sand in the gears of people who want to reopen schools. But we should be clear that you are trying to reopen schools at the height of a pandemic that's already killed 8 North Carolina educators. We think we can reopen our schools if you do it safely. A safe reopening would include 6 feet of social distancing. The first job of a staff advisory council would be to look at the space we have available in our buildings and come up with ideas on how to maximize every square foot of space available. That is, of course, if folks continue to insist on reopening the schools at the height of a pandemic that has killed 8 North Carolina educators. We all want what's best for our students. A staff advisory council will allow us to work together to come up with the solutions we need to reopen safely for our staff, our students, and our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barrett. Thank you.
Next, we have Allison Lashford.
Hi, my name is Allison Lashford. I'm an EC teacher at Ashley High School, an NCAA member, and most importantly, I am a New Hanover County elementary parent. I have 2 awesome kids who attend Anderson Elementary. Just this week, our State Health Secretary, Dr. Mandy Cohen, said we begin 2021 in our most dangerous position in this pandemic. So why are we considering sending elementary school students, educators, and staff back into buildings without one of the 3 prevention pillars to fight this pandemic? 6 feet of social distancing. We need 6 feet. 8 North Carolina educators have been killed by COVID-19 since July. That fact needs to be acknowledged as we think about sending staff and students back into buildings with no social distancing. The latest death was 51-year-old Jamie Seitz, a PE teacher in Lincoln County, where the school allowed all students in class, full-time, in person. Coach Seitz died 2 Sundays ago. 21 students were infected in his school. 21. At the December 8th meeting, ABC Science Collaborative stated that schools do not, in fact, appear to be major spreaders of COVID-19. And that statement was used to justify a move to Plan A. Later, we found out that their data is based on schools that are in Plan B with 6 feet of social distancing. That was not stressed enough. Ms. Adams actually had to ask them if their data was from schools in Plan B or Plan A, and I thank you for doing that. Thank you very much. So when the ABC representative said schools do not in fact appear to be major spreaders of COVID-19, her statement was based on data from schools that are socially distancing at 6 feet in Plan B. That same night of the presentation, the decision was made to send all elementary students in Plan A with no social distancing. It's like justifying a 100-mile-per-hour speed limit on the highway with crash data of cars going only 50 miles per hour. It doesn't make sense. We should ask the teachers and parents at Town Creek Elementary in Brunswick County what they think about chances of schools with no social distancing blowing up into super spreaders. Because the week after the ABC presentation and the board's first vote on Plan A, Town Creek reached 37 infections and 135 quarantined. The Port City Daily reported that the local health director admitted students were infected by other students in the building. And a school board member described students as moving shoulder to shoulder, no social distancing. Town Creek Elementary was at a Plan A reopen without 6 feet of social distancing. 37 infections, 135 quarantined. So I must ask, why are we doing this now, at this moment, at the height of a pandemic? Why are we taking this risk when we are so close to being able to vaccinate educators and school employees? We want to reopen safely. We need 6 feet. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lashford.
Thank you, Ms. Lashford.
Our last call to the audience is Elizabeth Budd.
Hey y'all. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Elizabeth Budd. And for those of you that do know me, thank you for the meaningful conversations that we've had over the past few weeks. We really appreciate it. I'm an NCAE member as well, and I'm a second grade teacher at Murrayville Elementary. I want to start off by thanking you for your decision to allow teachers to teach either remotely or in person as we move to Plan A. This decision alleviates a massive workload for so many teachers, including myself, that led to extreme burnout and exhaustion. But as we often see in decision making, education is not one size fits all. And this triumph left out many of our educators. Our EC, ELL, specials teachers, and departmentalized educators will not reap the benefits of this change. Because of their job descriptions, they must teach both in person and online. That means that many teachers will continue to teach both in-person and online classes to some capacity, while also losing their remote Wednesdays that previously allowed them to manage this workload. So, although the workload was lightened for many, we have exacerbated the issue for many of our teachers. Our custodial staff are also experiencing burnout. Their workload has increased exponentially, and Wednesdays were the way that they managed this. Losing that extra day without students in the classroom means that they will be unable to clean the school as expected and as recommended by the CDC and the ABC Collaborative. This responsibility, as stated by the board at the meeting on December 12th, will then fall on the teachers. The same teachers that are overworked, that are risking their health and safety, and that are underpaid. The same teachers that stay in the room with their students from the moment that they arrive until the moment that they leave because of the COVID-related changes. The same teachers that are unable to take a simple bathroom break because of their own responsibilities and are now expected to add to their workload and clean their classrooms at the same time. When will we be expected to do this, and how will we be expected to manage all that we are asked to do? Is this really the best decision for the well-being and the staff of our students? Burnout is at an all-time high. There are currently 76 positions open in our county, and we know that there are many more that aren't mentioned on the website. Professionals in our school system are leaving because working conditions are dangerous. They're demanding, and the benefits are not outweighing the risk. Please help us. Imperative to the well-being school system.
Thank you, Ms. Budd.
Thank you, Ms. Budd.
That's it. All right, thank you very much to all of our callers at home and those of you that are in the audience here. We appreciate your comments this evening. Moving along to the next item, we are moving into the information portion of our agenda. Our first item is going to be a COVID-19 update, and I would just like to stress, this evening we are not addressing the work groups. Our work groups will not be presenting on the transition plans for Plan A. This is merely meant to serve as a health update and to talk a little bit about vaccine distribution scheduling for New Hanover County. The board has a meeting on January 13th, and we will have presentations from the work groups at those times. All right. So if I could welcome our public health, I believe Ms. Carla Turner, you are going to be joining us first at the microphone. Thank you again for being here. We always appreciate your input and expertise.
Sure, thank you for having us. We appreciate the opportunity to come and speak with you. I think Julie, they already have this. The graphic that we give you each time we come with some updated numbers. This time we did pull out currently active cases versus total cases. So you can see that between December 16th and the 3rd of January, we currently have 39 active cases, positive cases of COVID in our 5 to 10-year-old age group, and we have 97 in our 11 to 17-year-old age group. The number here for our total cases of all age groups since March 19th we have is 9,917, but we did surpass 10,000 yesterday. We pulled these numbers yesterday morning, so I don't have yesterday or today's data on there. And you will see our percent positivity rate has ranged from 8% to 10% through the month of December, so it averaged out at 9.43% positivity. New Hanover County at this point still remains in orange in the county alert system. We went from yellow to orange a couple of weeks ago, so we'll see where we are when the newest data comes out as far as where we are compared to the rest of the state. So,
when do we anticipate that they're going to update?
I'm sorry, what now?
When do we anticipate that they will be updating the status for each county?
I want to say tomorrow. This week we should. They do it every 2 weeks, so I believe. Yeah. I was expecting it today.
Yeah.
So I would think potentially tomorrow.
Age.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't misjudge that on our dashboard, but I feel like we do have the 25 to 49, 18 to 24.
They have the pie chart, but you've got this a lot more detailed. It's much easier to get the actual numbers.
Sure. Yeah, we can certainly do that. Yes, ma'am.
If you click on the pie, it gives you the numbers. If you look at the pie and click on the slice,
right. Yeah, but I would like to have this on this one. We're in a room together, so we can have it as a reference to speak on.
Thank you. Ms. Varnum, do you have some comments to add?
I do. So Carla wanted to share the community trends, and then I was going to speak to you a little about the dashboard, and then a metrics update, and then Carla's going to share more about vaccines.
And when we do that, we've got some special guests that we're going to welcome to the mic as well. So before we go ahead.
Okay. So regarding the dashboard, our New Hanover County Schools dashboard is certainly focused on the dates in which we have students in session. So we have in-person learning. And from the time our dashboard moved to in-person learning on October 12th until December 18th, we've had 271 positives among students and staff. There have been more numbers of positive students than positives among staff, but the majority of those have been in the upper grades, specifically more in high school. We will not have updates on the dashboard on days we don't have in-person learning. So next week we'll have more updates on the numbers. We're gathering, and our health department partners are supporting us in gathering any positives, especially among staff. We've got those, but any positives among students that have happened over break. So we're still calculating those. And let's see. One thing we did notice in December, the positives were trending downward up until break, and you can see that on our public-facing dashboard, and you can see the reductions, of course. But not knowing how to predict numbers for over the break, we're certainly not going to provide any overview on that.
Can I? Go ahead. You had your hand.
Ms. Justice, go ahead. We'll come
okay.
down.
You just made the statement that. Was it the last week? Did the numbers start to trend downward?
So in the month of December.
Okay.
So as we look at our dashboard across the weeks in December, the week ending 12/4, week ending, I've got them listed here separately, 12/11, and the week ending 12/18, we were trending downward in our positives. The first week of December, we had 61 positives.
Okay.
The second week of December, it dropped to 55. And then the third week, which we ended on 12/18, there were 43 positives reported.
So part of that, the 61 was probably coming in from Thanksgiving holidays.
Possibly.
And so, but we just had another even more major holiday, 2 of them.
Exactly. So we wouldn't. So we can see that that's just the numbers in December, but that isn't necessarily a predictor for anything going into January.
Yeah, that's not necessarily the trend that would reflect what we're going into. That's not necessarily the trend into reflecting what we're about to go into.
Absolutely. Unknown. Haven't had a winter holiday time during the pandemic, so completely unknown.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other question?
Yes. So could you speak briefly about our contact tracing just one more time? One of the things that has bothered me just a little bit is when we talk to the students about, like, if it's a student, you know, where they've been and around, sometimes they forget to say that, you know, I was at my art class, I was at my music class, and perhaps, and some of those teachers are really concerned that they're not included in the contact tracing when they may or may not have been exposed to a student.
So do you want to?
I was just going to say, Ms. Craybill, our school nurses are the ones who do the in-house contact tracing, and they do interview the students and talk to the staff, but they also look at the student's schedule and determine if they've been in those classes. Yes, ma'am, we do look at that.
Okay.
I have a question, Ms. Turner, if you don't mind. Are you guys, this is not really generally to a school question, but are you guys looking for the new variant? Is anybody in the state reporting that? Are we testing locally?
We have not. You mean what was in the UK and they've seen in Colorado?
Yeah,
we have not seen that in North Carolina. We have not seen it diagnosed in North Carolina yet. We had our local health department call today with the state, and they say it may be in the state. We just don't know it yet, but we fully expect that it will show up in other states. Along those lines, there is no reason to believe right now that the vaccine won't cover that variant as well, and I think it's really important to
I've heard that as well.
Yes.
And can I ask one more question? Could you explain briefly why the difference from the CDC and the 6 foot, and this is just for everybody to kind of hear again, and the North Carolina Safer Schools reopening plan, that, you know, they're drastically different from 6 feet to do what you can. So why is there that difference?
Do you want me to speak to
the Stronger Schools toolkit?
Yeah. Okay. I've been accused of memorizing the toolkit.
Yeah, that's okay.
Right.
We like that.
Yes. So it is still recommended that there be 6 feet distancing, but there has been the option from the governor's office to open under Plan A for elementary, and in those, there's still the requirement for 6 foot distancing with staff, and that would be anytime staff congregate or anytime they're in a meeting or eating or having any kind of stationary or transient activity. But for students, it specifically states that we're required to still remind them, make postings on the markings on the floors, and remind them anytime that they are congregating. But it doesn't mention while they're seated or stationary. So that's the one difference on that page. Is Plan B still requires the 6 feet, and Plan A allows the as much as possible. So the difference in that, of course, has to be determined based on, you know, school level trends, community level trends, but it does list that that 6 foot distancing piece should be achieved as much as possible, but understanding that if you've got that many, you know, that number of students in a classroom, you may not be able to accomplish that when they're stationary.
Okay.
So, sorry, I was going to say, before we move into the conversation about the vaccine distribution, in the interest of time, let's have one more question for Ms. Turner and Ms. Varnum.
Why? I mean, we've got several
Because
questions.
we've got to keep our meeting moving, and we've got some guests that are going to come up and speak in a moment, so.
I just had a quick question. How does this apply to buses where we may have 2 and 3 children on a seat? And presently, we're how many, 2 seats away from each child?
Right. So I don't know if Mr. Anderson
wants
to.
There's no distancing there at all.
I can tell you what the toolkit says, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, I'd like to hear that.
He was bored. I wanted him to have to talk.
And just to reiterate, our work groups will be presenting on all of this information at our meeting on January 13th. But
yeah,
thank you, Mr.
buses are treated separately, and it specifically says under Plan B that the capacity is limited to 1 student per seat or 24 student maximum. But there is no limit under Plan A for number of seats or capacity.
So for discussional purposes, just pushing ahead a little bit, could you manage the same bus distancing in A? Because my understanding is, since everybody will be hopefully coming back for greater increase, that would not be easy to do.
We could not manage with limited seating of 1 student per seat. However, we are far enough along in our routing where we think that there will be mostly 2 to a seat, there'd be very few circumstances or situations where it would be 3 to a seat.
But they will happen.
It will happen.
And to follow up on what the question Ms. Crable asked, and you both answered, so what you're saying is when scientifically it says we should be staying 6 feet apart, but for some practical purposes, they're saying, well, we're going to ignore this possibly, and so we can have the kids in the school? I mean, I'm not sure. One thing is the science makes sense, but, as, you know.
Just to that point, it says here in the toolkit too, and I'm sure Ms. Barnum already seen this, it says Plan A is allowing for minimal social distancing when metrics continue to stabilize or move in a positive direction. Also,
we're not
I mean, that just says this in the toolkit too. I don't know if we even discussed that part of when we were talking about Plan A. Just bringing up the point.
Right, and the toolkit is still broken down by requirements and then recommendations too.
Right.
So it goes to priorities on the decisions that you want to make. So I know that the ABC Science, and I don't want to speak toward the science, and I'd love for Carla to speak on it if she'd like to, but one thing that the ABC Science Collaborative did mention to us at our last meeting, shared, was the research behind the 6 feet versus 3 feet. And so I think that's ongoing research. I think that the recommendation is still 6 feet everywhere possible, and talking about layering those efforts. So I think that the differentiation is going to be the priority on whether it's bringing more kids into the classroom, more elementary, because that's the only option the governor has allowed at this time, whether that's the priority to have more in the classroom versus making sure that recommended 6 feet is utilized.
And to be clear, we will have the ABC Collaborative and the Health Department back on the 13th to present information, which will also be more valid at that point too, because we have had the holidays and we will have seen what the numbers have done over the 2 weeks since the new year. So thank you. On that note, I would like to talk about something positive that is going on with COVID, which is our vaccine schedule. I would like to recognize County Commissioner Deb Hayes and County Commissioner Rob Zappel that have joined us in the audience. And I believe, Ms. Hayes, you are going to come to the microphone as well as we have this conversation around vaccines and what is the impact for educators that will be coming up. Happy New Year, Commissioner Hayes. It's very good to see you.
I'm amongst professionals. Good evening.
Good evening.
I wanted to first state that County Commissioner Chair Julia Osen-Bozeman sends her sincere regrets at not being able to attend this evening. I am Deb Hayes, Vice Chair of the County Commission, and I'm here in her stead, so thank you very much. First of all, I want to take just a quick opportunity to say thank you to our HHS staff and the vaccination team, which I know includes the school nurses. I know a lot of you all here. Would you please stand? Because you all deserve some recognition and praise. You are truly to be commended for your professionalism and dedication. These people worked every day during the holidays, except they took one day off, Christmas. Every other day they worked. And it is because of their extreme efforts that we are in the position that we are right now to move into Phase 1B. So I want to just say I am honored to serve with you, and I am proud to be on your team. And speaking of teams, thank you. Thank each one of you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, the board, Dr. Faust, and your staff. Thank you all so much for your support, your cooperation, your diligence. Working together, the school board and the county commissioners and our great support team made untold amounts of phone calls, texts, emails, and we were able to work towards getting the teachers and our support staff moved up into Phase 1 in the vaccination schedule. Together, we were successful. Thank you so much. Our students, our parents, our teachers, and all the support staff are of the greatest concern to us all. And as we continue to vaccinate, safely getting back to school, to in-person, positive, and productive education of our children is the goal. This is a very fluid process, as you have heard continually. We all feel strongly at the county commission level, just as you do, that we want our school staff protected. We want our children safe, and we want our community healthy. That is our priority, and that is something that we will work hard and do everything we can to make happen every single day. We look forward to working with you all on many more opportunities and for the good of us all. Thank you all so much for having us here tonight. We appreciate you, and we look forward to a continued strong working relationship.
Thank you so much, Vice Chairman. I would like to note that over the holiday, what she is speaking about, a few of our members, Ms. Walker, Ms. Craybill, had started some conversations with some of our county commissioners and said, hey, would it be possible to move our teachers up on the vaccine schedule? Originally, educators, including support staff, were listed for phase 2, right? That's correct, right? Which we were looking at February or March. Moving them up to 1B, there were phone calls to the state, there were calls within networks that we all had across the state, other parties to see what they were doing. And to be able to get that phone call and to see Governor Cooper say, we are going to move educators. And when we say educators, it is our teachers and support staff. You have been moved up on the schedule, and Ms. Turner will be able to speak to us what that schedule looks like now.
Yes,
So
just like
thank you.
Just like
Thank
Ms.
you.
Varnum can do the Strong Schools Toolkit in her sleep, I think I can maybe do the vaccine schedule in my sleep. But I do want to just real quickly just share with you about how vaccines were developed, because there is hesitancy. We know that there's hesitancy in the community about taking the vaccine, and I totally understand that. It's a new vaccine. The fact that it was called Operation Warp Speed probably put a little bit more fear in people, just the way it was worded. And the vaccine was developed very quickly, but what I need to stress is no corners were cut in the development of this vaccine. For decades, pharmaceutical companies have been developing technology that allows these mRNA vaccines to be developed more quickly. And so that's one of the reasons it was able to move through production and clinical trials as quickly as it did. They followed the same protocols they had to. There were no corners cut. So I want to emphasize that. And I was on a call, I don't know if anybody was on the DHHS DPI webinar this morning, and Betsy Tilson gave a great summary of the vaccine. And something that spoke to me was that in normal clinical trials for any type of medication vaccines, there's usually 3,000 to 5,000 clinical trial participants. Between Moderna and Pfizer, there were 70,000 clinical trial participants, and those people will be followed for 25 months. They didn't get to where they are now and like, okay, thanks a lot. They're going to follow them for 25 months because we need to continue to see how long we have antibodies in our system and that type of thing. So they're following the same protocol they would for any other vaccine. And I want to also stress that there's no live virus. There's no COVID live virus in the vaccine. What it is that it contains material from the virus that is not live, that causes your body, it gives your body instructions to start making a harmless protein that bumps up your immune system and makes your body begin to make antibodies. And as those antibodies are made, those antibodies destroy that genetic material from the virus. So it doesn't reproduce in your system, it goes away, and you have the antibodies in its place. So we want to encourage everybody to get vaccinated. And in the clinical trials, they did work really hard to recruit folks from our historically marginalized populations. So there was a diverse group who were part of the clinical trials. Now, our vaccine schedule, as Ms. Adams said, we are still, as of right now, in phase 1A. Phase 1A is healthcare workers and those in direct contact with COVID-19 patients. It's important that we stabilize our healthcare community, because if we have people who are sick, we have to have staff who can take care of them. So the hospital has gotten allocations of their vaccine. We've gotten allocations of our vaccine. The hospital has taken care of their staff, continuing to take care of their staff. We are taking care of the rest of the community, physicians and providers that are dealing with COVID-19 patients on a routine basis. Now, if you saw the press release about 4 o'clock today, starting Thursday, we are going to move into phase 1B, group 1. There's 3 groups in phase 1B. We can't do 3 at one time. Part of that is because we need to have an adequate supply of vaccine. And something else that Dr. Tilson emphasized this morning was there's not enough vaccine to do everybody right now, which is why we prioritized. We're going to stabilize our healthcare system, and then we're going to start taking care of our most vulnerable population, which is our 75 and older population. Of all the deaths we've had in New Hanover County, only 2 were under 50 years old. and the majority were 65 and older. So we want to take care of that amazingly vulnerable population. So we will start doing that at 9 o'clock Thursday morning. We're going to offer the vaccine for that population at our HHS building, just a couple blocks that way, and also at the Senior Resource Center. So folks can, in the 75 and over population, can call our call center at 798-6800, excuse me, during regular business hours and make an appointment. And I do ask that folks be patient because we've got a lot of people calling in at one time. So then we move to group 2, which is what you were talking about, Ms. Adams, and that is going to be a variety of folks. But in that group, that includes, it says those who work in the education sector. Now, group 2 is 50 and older. So it's not all of our staff. It's those who are 50 and older. And we've worked with Ms. Varnum to kind of get an idea of what proportion of staff that is in New Hanover County to get our idea around a number. And then we'll move into group 3, which is anybody under 50 that falls in the same healthcare workers and frontline essential workers. So that's kind of where we are right now and where we'll be in 1B. Now, we cannot move, we have to finish most of one group before we can move into another group. And the state gives us kind of a framework as to when that can happen. They don't give a hard and fast date. So, okay, now you, New Hanover County, can do this. They do leave that up to us, but we want to make sure we've taken care of most of the people in one group before we move on to the next. And just because we're going to move into 1B Group 1 on Thursday doesn't mean we're not doing anybody else in 1A. We're still going to continue to vaccinate those folks as well. Then we move into phase 2, which starts to look again at our adults at high risk for exposure and an increased risk of severe illness. And there's 4 groups under that, and you have the printout. And then group 3 is students, so it's college and university students. But also, at that point, the hope is we'll have enough data to know if we can vaccinate children younger than 16, because we don't have that data right now. So right now, it's 16 and older. And then group 4 is everybody else who wants a safe and effective COVID-19 vaccine. So that's where we are with our vaccine plan. Do you have any questions?
What's the potential timeline as far as getting into that 1B Group 2 where our educators could begin to be vaccinated?
Well, I will tell you, based on census data, New Hanover County has about 17,500 folks 75 and older. Now, are 100% of those people going to want the vaccine? They're not. But we do see it taking probably at least a couple of weeks, a few weeks for us to get through that before we can move in. So I can't give you a hard and fast date on that. But we will certainly, when we're ready to start moving that way, we will certainly work with our communications department to get that information out in a press release.
What are your preliminary plans, if you have any, about how you're going to administer those vaccines to our teachers so that they don't have to, get in line, miss school, and all that kind of stuff?
Well, I think it's important. I have to emphasize that in that group 2,
teachers, educators,
and educators, it's not just teachers and educators in group 2. So I can't prioritize teachers and educators over postal workers, manufacturer workers, food and agricultural workers. It's all frontline and essential workers. But we're going to work with Ms. Varnum and Dr. Faust to come together with a plan where we can offer the vaccine to teachers and staff, potentially at an off-site clinic where we can get them to come to us to get that. Yeah, and it's important to remember with the vaccine, after you get it, you need to sit for 15 minutes. That's the biggest crux in the whole thing, is I can vaccinate a lot of people in an hour, but I have to have them sitting 6 feet apart. I have to have a space big enough sitting 6 feet apart for 15 minutes until we know they're going to be okay and there's no reactions.
And is it possible that the education system can you have to fill out the form, the registration form.
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible that we can already get them to start filling those forms out and get in the queue somewhere? Not in the queue for it's my turn at 10 o'clock.
Sure.
But to save some time on when you get there, just to already have it done and completed?
That's a very good question. And it is my hope, Ms. Crable, that by the time we get to group 2, that the state will be able to turn on that aspect of the CVMS, the COVID vaccine management system that they built. Right now, we have only been able to get 7 of our staff into that system. So we have 7 staff. We've given over 2,700 vaccines. So we now have 7 staff that are trying to enter all those on the back end. So yes, it is our hope that that portal will be available, that folks can go ahead and fill out the information. And so we know when it's their turn, that we'll have their information. They'll come up, we can look them up, we can say, okay, let's go, and it saves the paper.
And then you have an idea
of
what the numbers you need.
Thank you for asking. Yeah, it is our hope, and if not, we will certainly have whatever form is going to use, and I can send those to Ms. Varnum, and we can get that out to staff.
Ms. Justice, do you have a question?
Yeah, so far you said you've had under 1A, is that how the numbering, it gets a little confusing, Under 1A, Phase 1A, you've done 2,700 vaccines already. And this is the healthcare workers and all the other, first responders.
Yes.
And so now you're expecting, and do you know how soon you'll be able to do the 75 and older? How soon will you be able to start administering that vaccine?
We're starting that at 9 o'clock Thursday morning.
Okay, and you
We're
said
gonna
there's
start offering it to that
approximately 75,000? Is that what you said?
17,500.
How many?
17.
Oh, good, that scared me a little.
Yes,
And so do you know how long it would possibly take to do that? Or and are you having any problems getting hold of the vaccine itself?
We right now have an adequate supply of vaccine. Now, as Dr. Tilson stressed this morning, there's not enough to do everybody at once, and that's why we have to prioritize. So what we're doing for the Phase 1B Group 1 is we've opened up an appointment system, and we're able to do a certain amount of appointments every day. And so we're looking, I'm gonna look back at Donna, around 1,000 a day between our two sites is what we're hoping for. And keeping in mind also that we aren't expecting 100% of those people to want vaccine. Also, we're working with the hospital, hoping the hospital, we can help them get to their, about 12,000 of that 17,000 fall into the hospital's patient doctor's offices that are affiliated with the hospital. So we're hoping to partner with them so we can help them have enough vaccine to potentially get some of their folks so that we can kind of hit it two-pronged and get twice as many people at one time.
But you said a few minutes ago, you said it would probably take at least a few weeks.
I would say it's going to at least take a couple of weeks, if not a little bit more. It really just depends. I cannot put a number on it.
And then once we get to the Phase 1B,
I know, yeah.
the 50-year-olds and
Yes.
older,
Yes.
which is part of our staff, but do you have an estimation how long it would take to possibly go through that particular group?
Based on how many staff amongst the education system that fall in that category, I think we could probably do that in a couple weeks, but keeping in mind, I have to emphasize, we're not just doing education staff during Group 2 of Phase 1B. We have to offer it to the rest of the community that falls into that category.
So you're talking about anywhere from a month to 6 weeks before you can get to the under 50 group, possibly?
I don't want to, I'm sorry.
I know you
can't
can't
put a
give
number on
definite.
it.
I'm just trying to get a picture.
We're going to get there as quickly and as efficiently as we can.
Right, I'm just trying to get a picture of what our timeline is before we get
Sure.
all of our employees
Sure.
vaccinated.
Sure.
So just from what you gave me right now, it looks anywhere from a month to 6 weeks.
Sounds like, from what I told you, if I did 2 weeks at a time, it would be at least a month to 6 weeks.
And
Yes,
then
ma'am.
after that, you get to the 50 and below. Okay. And that would, and you don't have any idea yet how long that would take to vaccinate them, because that's a lot of figuring out when you don't know.
But please know we're actively working on that.
We appreciate the coordination that this effort is taking, because we know that it is coming from a lot of different sides, and truly
Sure.
just appreciate all that the health department has been doing, and for the partnership. Again, thank you to our county commissioners for advocating so strongly on
Thank
behalf
you
of
very
our
much.
educators.
Right.
Thank you to our board members that were
Okay,
a part of this
excuse me just a second.
conversation.
I'm trying to get a vision here of what we're talking about on the timeline, because we have decisions to make down the line, and I'm just trying to.
And let me throw another caveat in there, Ms. Justice. At some point, private providers are going to be able to enroll to also give the vaccine.
There'll be others.
So right now, the only two games in town giving the vaccine are the hospital and your local health department.
Okay.
But in the coming weeks, the state is supposed to open up the portal for
Broaden.
private providers. And if that were to happen, then that could certainly change that time.
Okay.
And
But
we look forward,
again, I don't know.
We look forward to additional information at our meeting next week to see where we are, because I know a lot changes within a week's time. So thank you very much, Ms. Turner. Thank you, Health Department, and thank you to Vice Commissioner
Yes.
Hayes. Thank you.
Awesome.
All right. That was a lot of great information. Next item is related. We have US UV Clean as an information item, and I'm going to ask Mr. Wildeboer to please come to the microphone to do the introduction of our speakers.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members and fellow members of the board. I am pleased to introduce to you some very important people who will kind of think outside the box about this. We've talked about safety, student safety, faculty safety, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, everyone involved. And before I ask these guys to come on up, the US UV Clean was founded early last year by David and Melanie Greenow and their business partner, Stephen Bowen. David and Melanie both grew up and attended New Hanover County schools, while Stephen grew up in nearby Wallace, North Carolina. David and Stephen currently work as full-time employees with the New Hanover County Sheriff's Department. They've worked together in law enforcement for going on 20 years. And if you guys want to come on up, please. One of the biggest things that hit me from last month was, as we talked about the buses, that brought a red alarm to me, it raised a lot of flags, and they have something that can help and keep our students safe, keep our faculty safe. So without me saying any more, I'm going to turn it over to you guys. Thank you guys for being here.
Good evening, fellow board members, citizens of New Hanover County. Just wanted to introduce, I am David Greenow. I'm founder of US UV Clean, and we are stationed and based right here in Wilmington, North Carolina. How I got into this is just amazing. I can't even tell you how I got into it. I'll go through how I did it. Graduated from Hoggard High School in 1991. That was my man right there, the principal.
Can I tell that story?
No. It's good to be standing in front of him and not be in trouble. I'm just letting you know that. But anyway, after graduating high school, went into the Air Force. 1992, stationed at Eglin Air Force Base. We went into the missile shop, and everybody knows what smart munitions are. Your Tomahawk cruise missiles, your AIM-9s, your AIM-120s, and Nelson, I know you know what they are. And they had these blue lights in there, and they made us gear up, and I didn't know what they were. Well, come to find out, they didn't want us to touch anything in there with our hands on the sensors because they didn't want it contaminated on those multi-million-dollar munitions. So after that, I didn't think anything else of it. I was just like, okay, well, that's what it is. Fast forward about 18, 20 years later, my brother has to have a double transplant for a pancreas kidney transplant. So we went to Duke University Hospital where he had it done, and got to see this robot going down the hallway, and it looked kind of like something from Star Wars, but it was going into every room, and it would zap it and come out, and then they redo it, plug it back in and go again. Well, didn't think any more about that, and then the pandemic hit. And starting in, I think March, Stephen's granddad several years earlier was in the hospital for routine surgery, and I'm sure everybody here knows about staph infection. Somebody knows someone that went in somewhere and got staph infection. Well, his grandfather got staph infection, and it ended up being MRSA, and he ended up going septic and died. My brother also ended up getting MRSA. He ended up living. Well, as soon as we got through this, I started thinking there's got to be a company doing this. This pandemic's around, and looked and looked and looked, didn't see anything. Saw no company in the United States doing this UV clean anywhere. The only places that they're available are hospitals, your high-end hospitals, your Johns Hopkins, Duke, Stanford, Mayo Clinic, Cleveland Clinic, you name it, all of those. Also, it's been used in NASA since the 60s. And then that put it back on me thinking, okay, I saw this being used at Raytheon and Honeywell and Hughes Aircraft. So I'm like, I wonder, what we could do to do this. Started looking, saw, okay, these machines are $150,000 to $250,000 to $300,000 a piece. So I was like, well, I don't think that's going to happen, but maybe we can go another route. So me and Steve, we also do a lot of filming for the sheriff's office. So we started thinking, how can we do this? So we started making our own machines. Made everything, bought good equipment. Then we bought some equipment that we thought, okay, we're getting it at a good deal. Well, it was horrible equipment. It was overseas. We thought it was good, and it was fake. Well, that was a lesson learned. So we started, and at that point, we started getting our own. We got into a business with another guy that makes the machines here in the United States. Started using those, and it just took off from there. We are pretty much the only company in the United States that is doing it on this level, and pretty much I can't find another company that actually does this. They go into businesses and we sterilize the entire business with UVC light. Of course, you can't be around the lights that we have for that, for like emergency situations. Like somebody, hey, we've got a restaurant that had to be closed down. Can you come in and do it? Yeah, bam. We send a team in there, we go in there, get it done, come out, give them a certificate. We have a dosimeter card that we use to show exactly the way Duke, Stanford, all of them use this same dosimeter card, and it is actually made in Sweden, and there's only one company in the world that makes it, and the cost will, you understand why there's only one, and it shows the amount of UVC radiation that you have put in there. And with that being said, we went to, you name it, we've gone from businesses to homes all the way down in Georgia, all throughout North Carolina, churches, businesses, Fortune 500 companies, Netflix. We're doing stuff for Netflix, the Hallmark Channel, and it's just really, I mean, it's taken off. And I had to get a hand with this because I contacted a company out of the blue that had far UV, because I was just sitting there thinking, is there any way that we could do this, because, you know, that could help alleviate the infection rate, not just with COVID, with MRSA, C. diff, influenza, dust mites, what else? Any microbe, black mold, it gets rid of all of it. And so we started doing it, and I needed help because I'm not a very good organizer. So I contacted my wife, who is the CEO, even though I'm the founder, she's CEO, because I'm disorganized and I needed her help. And I'll turn it over to her now.
Thank you. So I'm Melanie Greeno. Thank you guys for, you know, entertaining the thought of this kind of a new endeavor, because it is something totally new. You know, David is definitely the kind of visionary in this, and Stephen's the doer.
Can I ask you to keep your mask up?
Oh, sure. And Stephen is more of the doer, I would say, you know, in making the prototypes and all of that initially. You know, when we actually started, we didn't realize, you know, exactly what all of this would entail. Of course, there's tons of research and so forth, and we're not scientists. That's not our role. But we got in touch with a lot of really, you know, smart folks that do know and have studied this for years. We joined the International Ultraviolet Association. We began using the dosimeters that the actual medical facilities use as well. And then we started doing the treatments and so forth, as David said. We were contacted then by South Carolina to actually start looking at their communities, because they have the same concerns as everybody else. And so with the Santee Lynch's regional councils of government, so we met with them, talked about their concerns, of course, public transportation, senior living, schools, and so forth as well. We did some public transportation units for them. We actually did schools for them. And what we really found out is that the great thing, you know, the UVC that we used and we initially started out with, it's strong, but it can't be used in presence of people or animals. And so it's like, that's not practical. It's not practical to do that every day. It's great to be able to respond quickly and, you know, take care of a location that has a definite known exposure. And so we've been able to do that. But for like the schools and so forth, you know, they have people coming in and out all the time. So as David said, we reached out to a company called Far UV Technologies, who is the leading far UV technology in the U.S. and is the only one manufactured here in the U.S. as well. And we've partnered with them, so we're the distributor for North and South Carolina. They actually started in 2016 with NASA, and they also worked with the Army on, as you were saying, like the hospital-acquired infections and so forth. Our statistic right now is 1 out of 9 people that go in for a surgery come out with an infection they didn't have before, and a lot of times it is deadly. They actually are also contracted with the Air Force for COVID-19. So basically, this is a technology that can be on while people in plants and pets are present. So we have a video you guys can watch and see. It'll kind of be a little bit more technical on all of those aspects.
And this explains the technology and how it
It
works?
does.
Got it. Thank you.
UV light is a powerful disinfection tool against many viruses, harmful bacteria, mold, and spores. The solution is one of the most effective and safest at sanitizing COVID-19 coronavirus, as it does not require any contact with the surface or object. How does UVC light eliminate microbes, and how does it compare to using traditional liquid-based cleaning or sanitation? UVC, with a wavelength ranging between 200 nanometers and 280 nanometers, is capable of eliminating viruses, bacteria, mold, and spores, including the COVID-19 virus, severe acute respiratory syndrome, Middle East respiratory syndrome, E. coli, yeast, and mold. UVC solutions have been in place for many years. We see them in large-scale wastewater treatment plants, medical facilities, laboratories, manufacturing, food processing, and hospitals. So how does it work? During the disinfection process, UVC light targets the DNA of the microbe. Exposure to the light causes thiamine dimers to form in the DNA. As more thiamine dimers are formed, damage starts to accumulate inside the DNA. Bumps also appear in the DNA as a result of the dimers. These cellular mutations negatively affect growth and the risk for non-repair increases. Eventually, the damage becomes too extensive and the cell dies. DNA replication is stopped, which reduces infection or the spread rate of the virus. UVC light and viruses. UVC light has been tested as an effective solution against a myriad of viruses. According to an article published in the Journal of Virological Methods, SARS caused by the coronavirus is eliminated through exposure to UV light. In a study published in the U.S. National Institutes of Health's National Library of Medicine, UVC light deactivated MERS-CoV within 5 to 10 minutes of exposure. When it comes to the latest outbreak of COVID-19, UV light has been confirmed to be effective in eliminating the virus by Juan Leon, an environmental health scientist at Emory University, and Dr. Lena Sirek, an associate professor at University College of London. UVC treatment has already been proven to work on previous strains of the coronavirus. Therefore, it makes sense for the light to be used against COVID-19. Best practices. Unlike liquid cleaning agents, there is no contact with the surface or device required when sanitizing with UVC light. There is no downtime after sterilization, and the area or equipment can be used immediately after disinfection.
Could see it being used as overhead lamps in doctors' waiting rooms or schools or any type of hospital or airports, for example.
So what are the advantages? It is a set it and forget it solution. You get rid of a lot of the human error associated with mask wearing and hand washing and things of that sort. It's continuous and it's autonomous for the entire time your space is occupied. We don't use any chemicals in the environment, so we're not creating any caustic issues there. And perhaps most importantly, we're not subject to airflows, humidity, or temperature like some other disinfection technologies rely on. So the typical question we get is, how many of these lights do I need in my space? And the answer really is, it depends. We, unlike some systems, which the assumption is that you cover everything, we would argue that it's better to at least cover your higher traffic, higher risk areas than none at all. If your solution is, well, I'm gonna buy all or none of it, some is better than none. Depending on your budget and what you can spend, you still can make an impact by focusing on your higher risk areas and where people congregate. For example, your entrances and exits, stairwells. Bathrooms are very confined and don't have great ventilation. But bathrooms are also an area where the CDC has said every time you flush, you're aerosolizing potential viruses. Cafeterias, you're taking off your mask to eat, which increases risk. Teachers' lounges, the nurse's office, and locker rooms all come to mind. Also, school buses.
are extremely high risk, but we have a solution. When thinking about your solution, keep in mind that you may be eligible for grant programs to offset cost.
I will pass that to the board. Questions?
If I could throw out a couple questions. One is, what is the cost of a unit?
So it does vary. The unit you saw on the buses, those start around $24.99 each. You would want at least a, I'm sorry?
$24?
No, $2,499.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. And that would be a minimum, you would want at least one. For the optimal, you would want three throughout that system. And the actual bulb life on that is averaging right 3,000 hours.
And I am correct that it would not only knock out corona, but it would, the flu next year. So it's not like once corona's gone, we're kind of silly to have
Correct.
it. It's something that we could cut down flu, anything else, mold, and everything like that down in
Yep.
the road. And I think when we had chatted, that you had mentioned that Panthers are also using.
Yeah, so they're using, they definitely are. They're using UVC. I think they, if I'm not mistaken, I believe they're using the germicidal, which is more of like the robot types that you can't be present for. I don't know for sure if they're using the FAR UV.
And are other school systems currently used in like South Carolina maybe?
Well, so South Carolina, we are in the process of that. So in the final stages of actually completing that. And we're looking for that to start implementation in February.
Okay, great.
So,
Yep.
yeah, so this is like, I guess, in the classroom, you had a picture of it doing in the classroom. Like replacing a fluorescent bulb with this particular, is it a bulb? What is
So
what is
no,
this?
so
See a unit?
I got there and pass that through there. It's an actual unit.
You can just hold it up.
Yeah,
don't
you can
pass it
just show
around.
them.
Like smoke detector.
Oh, it's very, like the
Yeah,
smoke
so
detector?
that's one of the units. So that one is like the actual units you could use in classroom or on buses. And then there's a larger unit that you can use even in like a gymnasium and so forth that can even withstand the higher ceilings and so forth.
Do you have any kind of studies that you could send us a link to? that we-
Absolutely, yeah, I'll be happy to
That
send you
would, that would
guys
be
all
very
kinds of
helpful
studies.
because.
Yeah. Yeah, so the actual company, the FAR UV technologies that we are working with here, they're like the actual scientists and so forth. There's a lot of research that's been done. A lot of research has been done by Columbia University. Dr. David Brenner, he's really the pioneer of all this. He kind of got into this the same reason. He had a loved one go in for something general basic surgery and didn't make it out. And that kind of triggered him to start the further researching of this. So, and so Harvard is also another major source. Emory, we heard him speak about that too.
You mentioned something about grants may be available.
Yes.
Where have you seen successful grant applications? Like where would we look?
Yeah, so that can be some more information I pull for you. So that particular slide and so forth came directly from our FAR UV technology. So they, that's Cleveland, I believe, is what. But I'll reach out to them and get some further information on that for you as well.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? All right, this was very informative. We appreciate it, and thank you for the work that you're doing to keep
Thank you.
our buildings safe.
Thank you so
very
much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Yeah.
Would the board like to take a 5-minute break?
Yes, please. Yes,
Is that
the
all right?
board would.
Okay, we would like to take a 5-minute break. We will return at 8:20.
Let me tell you a story about it.
Without right
Ms. Q's not here. Oh, there it is.
All right, welcome back. Our next item on the agenda is board communication, and I'm going to hand this one over to Ms. Craybill and Ms. Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Basically, I really just wanted this to kind of be an information, thought-provoking for us, because I know that we will discuss communications more in depth at our next opportunity for a retreat. But I kind of broke, I'm a communicating kind of person, and over-communicating, I've been accused of, from time to time. But, so I kind of broke my thoughts down into three. Eddie's over there laughing.
So am I.
Yeah, sorry.
You're a different
So I
kind.
kind of broke my, my thoughts down into three different parts. And one of them, and these are just my thoughts, me spitballing, and it's for us to just to think about and talk about later. So I was thinking about board-to-board, communications. And by that, I mean strengthening our relationship with the NCSBA, who does a lot of lobbying on behalf of boards. So why not, use that if we can. And then perhaps, look at, trying to establish some sort of relationship with our neighboring school systems like Brunswick and Pender boards that we could call and say, not necessarily what are you doing, but what's your thought process? I'm a big process person, and I like to hear how we arrive to our decisions so that we're not always, kind of, having people think that we're kind of pulling them out of, where, because we're processing. And kind of similarly to what Dr. Faust does with the Big 12. So if he's talking to those school systems, then maybe our board should be looking at some of their thought processes. Nothing major, but that's just something to throw out. Second, looking at board to stakeholders communication. And by that I mean things like maybe establishing a town hall or an advisory committee or an advisory committee that the board basically just listens to what parents are saying, what teachers are saying, what the community is saying, and it's kind of more like I envision it like the redistricting forums where people can talk and we can answer. It's not like Call of the Audience where you just look at us and we stare back at you. It would be more of us listening and maybe offering a suggestion to go see your principal, or go see, your English department group or your arts group, just more or less just trying to get the dialogue, and in an effort to help Dr. Faust and his staff just receive more input that they may not be getting on the advisory councils that they have already established. So I don't mean that to step on, the toes of the school system. And just, there is a little bit of history with that, because back in maybe the 2006 to 2010 timeframe, when I was in my heyday of being a parent and a communicator, with the PTA Council, we co-hosted those town halls and advisories with the school board, so that it was a regular basis, like twice a year. So that's kind of where that is coming from. Thirdly, it was communication between board members. How do we communicate with each other, up here on the dais? How do we communicate with each other outside of the meetings? How do we communicate with community partners? That each one of us should have the opportunity, or not the opportunity. Each one of us has the responsibility, perhaps, of reaching out to community partners where we might have influence. Or not influence, we might have a connection that we can start to think about things that we haven't ever thought about before. So kind of like a big networking kind of session. I just want to encourage us to be doing that. And through that, we do have some very specific board policies that state, what the board chair does on our behalf, so that we can reach out, because that's where, information has to funnel somewhere. Just like Dr. Faust likes information to funnel through him on big stuff, we should expect that big information funnels to our board chair, and then our board chair funnels it back out to us as we are, and then, down to our committee. So I just wanted us to start thinking about what that looked like, what that felt like. Do you have any other ideas on how we can be better? How we can get information to each other, to the public, and to our constituents, actually, not even just, public, but I want teachers and principals and parents to feel like they're part of the big group. And then, lastly on the list was just to be able to work with our superintendent and his senior staff on how that we can have better communication, more consistent communication from your office on down. What does that look like? And I have I'm not saying this is what we should do, but just thinking about how we might do that better. Be it, through our websites, through our teacher websites, through Power School, lots of different things that could, play into that. But, so again, it was real brief. I just wanted us to think about that, start thinking about it, so that everybody, we're all about, transparency, and you can't be transparent if you don't communicate. And, it's just, talking back and forth and having dialogue, spitballing with each other, spitballing with our community, because just the one young lady who was up here, I think was Allison, or I forget what her name was, when she was talking about the teacher advisories, so that made me start thinking, about that. And again, just trying to get more people, more parents involved maybe in their school improvement teams, because what she described was things we already have, so let's not reinvent the wheel, let's look at what we have and use those systems effectively, to get information out. Use our parent support organizations, use our school improvement team members and our school improvement plans, use our strategic plan when we get there, kind of deal. So that's the information that I wanted to bring to you all, because it's been, kind of weighing on my mind.
Ms. Grable, I appreciate all of those suggestions. I've written them down, and we will make sure that we include them in a retreat discussion in the near future.
Appreciate it.
Ms. Justice, I believe you had part two?
Yes, and this is a little more difficult part. We all need to have learned from the past, and this board is a new board, and I think our strength will be communication. One thing I have noticed that we have already started off, I think in many ways, in a good start. But as I said, this part's difficult. My time on the board, one of the biggest challenges that I think us and the community has had is the lack of transparency that has gone on. There's been at least 5 noted times, and this has been in the media too, where there were not board members communicating with all the board members. People were keeping information from others. That's not how we as a full board should be operating. We should all be communicating, over-communicating every possible way to let us know what it is that we're doing with other government officials, with private groups. Being blindsided is something none of you want to have happen to you, and it's not a good feeling, and the community doesn't want to be blindsided either. The best way to do this is if we stick to, speaking of policies, we have a Board of Ethics, a policy that covers this, that we all need to read over very carefully and understand that we need to let each other know what is going on as much as possible, via phone, via text, not the emails the last minute, not being in a meeting and you knowing something's going on and you're not telling that person, whatever it could be. That happened to me the very first day the new board got together. We need to cease and desist that, because that's not going to serve us as a group well. We need to establish open, honest communication. Same with Dr. Faust, which you also mentioned. In fact, one of his responsibilities according to policy is that if he meets with government agencies, like that time, the week before the meeting that we had, our first meeting, I should have been informed about that. That's part of board policy. If you're meeting with the government agencies, even if it's just a couple members and you actually had, I believe if I remember right,
I'm sorry, you were informed.
I wasn't informed.
It was in the updates that you received that Friday. If you go back and check the email, you'll see it. Thank you.
Well, I looked through that. I saw a lot of things. I'm talking about I should have been informed ahead of time. It says you're supposed to inform the members ahead of. You can go back and read it, the policy, and we talk about it separately. The point is that we need to over-communicate. You need to over-communicate. We all do. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to face the challenges we have ahead of us. As I said, whatever it takes, phone calls, text, emails, face-to-face. We need to start doing that. We need to start trusting that that's the best way to operate, instead of going off in different directions and thinking that we're doing it without doing it as a group. And I think that's a little ironic, because people were at times criticizing me, and I really wasn't doing that. But then I saw other people doing exactly what they were telling me not to do. So we need to always be together with this.
Ms. Justice, I appreciate that. Again, I will add that also to a retreat agenda to talk about, I think we need some board norms. We don't have them yet. And so I think that is definitely a conversation, and communication needs to be part of that norm conversation. So thank you very much. All right. Thank you for that information, Ms. Craybill and Ms. Justice. Moving on to our next item, policies for first reading. Vice Chairman Foley.
Madam Chair, these policies are for information only. I will have I can do this now, but I will have a longer update about the policy committee. For our new board members and for the public, I want people to understand exactly how policies are adopted, in particular because we're adopting so many with the NCSBA update. So I can do that now, or I can just wait for the policy or for the committee updates.
Well, could you go ahead and tell them how, at this time, we are adopting policies? Because I have great concern, and the public has expressed to me that they have great concern about the way we're putting together our new policy manual, as far as the policies being presented to the public.
Ms. Stagner, is that an appropriate time to have that conversation, or should it be during committee reports to discuss the process of the policy committee?
Well, I mean, I don't think there's any reason why it couldn't be discussed now, because the policies are being presented for first reading. So to provide some background for the board members that might not be familiar with the process, it might be helpful.
Thank you very much. Mr. Williams.
Yeah, certainly. So the Tuesday after a board meeting, our policy committee meets. We meet for approximately 3 hours, and we discuss anywhere between 15, 20, 25 policies, depending on how many we can get through in that time frame. After we agree to either move the policies forward or change them, the policy committee takes a vote, and the policies that are moved forward are placed on the agenda for first reading. Now, this is just for information. And first reading gives the public a chance to see the policies, click on the policies, comment on the policies, and give feedback to our board members. It also gives board members a chance to look at the policies and say, look, this is an issue that I would like to talk about. This is an issue that I think is serious. Bear in mind, a lot of our policies are mandated by the state. Others are mandated by the federal government, the Title IX policy, for instance. So most of these, I think they're best passed when they get to second reading the following month by consensus. The last few months, I have asked members of the board to do their homework ahead of time and to notify me, as Mr. Wildebohr has and Mr. McManus has on this occasion, to pull out policies that we want to discuss more broadly. Policies that I believe are going to generate a considerable amount of interest from the public, I will do that automatically. In the coming months, we'll be discussing at some point our dress code policy. Obviously, that's an issue that people will be interested in. So that would be one, even for first reading, I would pull out and we would discuss. But that's a down and dirty look at how the policy committee works. I agree, Ms. Justice, transparency is very important. To that, I would add, I know Ms. Crable will have an announcement during the committee updates, but to that I would add it is 8:36. We are 3 hours into a meeting, and I'm sorry, but frankly, we are spending too much time on some of this. I think the public is best served by us looking at these issues ahead of time and then going ahead and adopting them via consensus. If you go to Brunswick County, if you go to Pender County, those are hour-long meetings. I think we need to do our best,
Is there a timeline when we have to get all these policies through?
Is there a timeline?
Yeah, what previously, before we adopted the new policy manual or accepted it from the State Board of Education Association, we didn't have very many policies at the time that we went over them. Could you describe the procedure that we used to do?
Sure, we would pull policies that, honestly, I can't really speak too much to it. Since I was on the policy committee, we started doing the NCSBA update. I'm not sure how policies were adopted via the previous policy committee. I know that Dr. Markley, Deputy or Interim Superintendent Burns, they would say, okay, we need to discuss policy X, policy Y. Some board members would say this policy, the Parsley policy, for instance, things that came up the naming of facilities, things that came up in community conversations, they would, be added to the policy committee agenda. But what we're doing right now is a full policy review. So every single one of our policies is up for review, and we're adopting new policies. It's a full update.
And if you remember when the NCSBA presented to us about this process, they said it would take about 18 months.
Correct. And so we've been into it, how many months now?
I think about 5 or 6 months, give or take.
But there is no definite timeline on when we have to have this implemented. In the meantime, we do have our old policy manual with some legal situations which we need to address for sure. But in the meantime, the way we're going through the policies now is like chunking them.
Yes.
Huge chunks. We're talking 30 or 40 policies sometimes between the first reading and the second reading. And we're expected to do the first reading to ourselves, do homework, and the same with the second. We're expected to pull things out. Meantime, the public doesn't have the opportunity unless they do the same, and it's a lot of work. If you're talking, we are provided with the actual policies. We can click on them. It's a lot easier for us to do the work. But if the public wants to go through it, they've got maybe 20, 30, 40 policies or more that they have to go back and forth between our two policy manuals and look at them. So wouldn't you say that's a bit difficult?
They stay posted on the agenda, so if they're concerned about any of the policies that were addressed during any of our meetings, they can go to the agenda that's public and pull these up to see what's up for first reading.
I would like to say someone just had to read all there's a lot. 29 we're supposed to do for second reading. I pulled out a few, and I haven't had a chance to look at them until now. I mean, we're new to the policy committee. I personally would like to slow it down a little bit. And there's some things that I have questions about that we're supposed to pass that I'm not comfortable passing yet,
So, Ms. Walker, I ask board members to submit any questions that they have. I'll grant there are a lot of policies. I'll also explain when we're on the policy committee, we're going to be doing all that work. It's really the reason for the policy committee to exist. The policy committee isn't the entire Board of Education, it's the policy committee.
I know that, but you're asking the entire board to pass them. And so all I'm asking is that we just slow down. I mean, the ones I've been through, there's brand new ones in here.
I have received hundreds of emails today, yesterday. I have received absolutely no emails about policy and not being transparent. These
well,
are
that's comparing apples with oranges.
And I would also add, Ms. Justice, I've received hundreds of emails, and some of those were about how long our meetings take.
And that's one thing we are going to be talking about later, but this is extremely important because we're talking about 29, 40 policies.
Very important.
So which ones would you like to discuss, Ms. Justice?
Well, at this point, policies, having been in schools, there's at least 3 or 4 members on here that have been in public schools. They understand and administrators too, a couple administrators. They understand the power of policies. This is where our rules come from. So we've got to get this right.
So what I would suggest to you, we are elected officials by the public that are here to represent our community.
Right.
Our job is to make sure that our policies are in line. If you are concerned about the policies, I encourage you to go to the policy meetings and pull up what you need to and discuss them. That is our job. You have 30 days.
We've not had one policy meeting as a new
But I
committee.
understand that, but these are for introduction tonight. This is for first reading. You have 30 days, and you are part of the policy committee. And so that's our job, is to look at these as a board and say, these are the policies of our school system, or they're not.
And I agree, but the public needs an opportunity also to hear.
And they have 30 days, Ms. Justice.
Well, we're not doing first readings of policies the way we were in the past when they actually had an opportunity to hear them.
They only had 3 or 4
We're doing them,
policies.
they're saying, go do the first reading. Go read these 15 or 20 on your own and then come back to us.
If they are that interested in it, then that's the role
I'm
at
not
this
quite
point.
understanding why this is a problem slowing down. I mean, I mean, there might be some really
Well, I
important
think
ones in here that we should discuss.
The reason that we started this process, the impetus for it, was the realization that some of our policies were way out of date. And when our policies are out of date, it exposes our education system to lawsuits, to liability. We need to be doing things correctly.
Exactly.
And there is this is not a speed rush to get policies.
Thank you.
I'm
It
sorry,
shouldn't be.
this
That's
is
really
not,
what I'm hoping it not.
well,
be.
it isn't.
It shouldn't be.
Well, there's 29 for second reading that we got December 8th for first reading, and I have gone through them. I've highlighted them. But, and I know we're new to this process, and I'm sure we'll get it eventually. But I'm just saying 29 today for second reading, that's a lot. And some of them you don't need to worry. They're just brevity or changes in words. and that's fine.
And this is why I asked which policies you would
But
like to
give us a
discuss.
chance. I mean, I just got put on policy committee, what, a week ago, maybe, week and a half? I'm just telling you, just give us a chance. Like, when we have a policy meeting, we'll discuss that more, and that's fine. But
What
like
I would
second
say
reading-
was, as the committee chair, I am very comfortable putting forward the policies that were discussed for second reading. I am comfortable making that recommendation, and it is the will, if it is the will of the board to vote down those policies, that is fine, but.
It's not voting them down. I don't feel like it's voting them down.
And you know,
Go ahead.
Slowing
if
them
it's the
down.
will of the board to slow them down, I mean,
Well-
then vote no, and we'll go back to the drawing
I
board.
would like to make a motion.
Yes, ma'am. What motion
Okay.
would you like to make?
All right, I'd like to move that we as a board return to the practice of having a first public reading of all new policies presented to the board instead of a mass approval without the public having an opportunity to hear it, and all of us, and a discussion before the final votes on the second reading. So I would like to have the return, and we can do it, you know, as a policy board if you decide that you just want to tell us, you know, yeah.
Is that okay at this moment, Ms. Stagner, that motion?
Before Ms. Stagner, I think we have to go all the way to, was it 9700 series?
There are there's 9 sections.
9 sections, and we're only in the 4,000s. And so
That's halfway
the
through.
board has to be able to govern through policy. And if your policies aren't up to date, then it's hard for you to govern. And it puts you at a misfortune when your policies aren't up to date. The reason why, and honestly, this isn't normal to have 30 and 40, but because your policies aren't up to date, you have to do it this way. So we do spend, my staff goes through every one of the policies that they are accountable for. They're providing insight. That's where you see those red lines in there, and there's another team of attorneys that's working through this with them. There is a meeting where if individuals wanted to attend those meetings, they could come and they could ask, and that's what we're doing there. We're asking, we're talking about it. We have, of course, McKenna, who's also for policy, and then we have Deborah, who's the attorney, and we're working through all of this. So we sit there and we go through every one of these policies, one by one. And then the 2 board members vote on it. And then they bring it, that's just for the first read. And then you get to read it and say, I want to put some more red lines through it. And then you come back and you read it again. So there are 3
But I
reads.
just say, we haven't had the chance to do that. So can you give us time to, we have a meeting next week.
But there are
You
more
got-
policies. So the problem is because we're behind,
We're not, I mean,
yeah, we are.
I'm sorry, but you had these policies for 30 days. The ones that are on for second reading tonight, you didn't get them last week or the week before or the week before. They were on the agenda for 34 days, up on our website.
and I have them here to object to. So it's not that I haven't read them. You don't understand what I'm saying. That's 29 policies. Look, I know some of them are just brevity issues or wording issues, but some of the ones I've gone through are full paragraphs in there, some we've never had before, and I know y'all have vetted them. The policy committee is supposed to do that, and we're supposed to bring it to the full board to vote on, to pass. I'm just saying, it doesn't have to be X amount of number. Can we just reduce them and at least, I know there's some that won't matter because some of them are just wording or changing, but I just feel like when I'm reading these and I'm reading a paragraph that I don't, you know.
As a member of the policy committee, I would suggest you have the conversation with the chair of the policy committee, and you guys can talk about that moving into your forthcoming meetings.
Yeah, and that's fine, but like I
And
said.
I'd like to comment on what I just heard. Originally, the reason we went to the new policy manual was because there were some legal issues for sure. They weren't up to date. The previous attorney was supposed to keep them up to date, and apparently it didn't do it as well as it could have been done. So we are going back. We've now spent the money. We've got the new policy manual. But that doesn't mean that we have to rush through it like not giving it an opportunity. Some of those, the public and I and all of us, instead of us spending a whole bunch of time researching this, slow it down, do a real public reading of the ones that are changing and that we need, as opposed to like the 29. That's why I was asking with this motion. And Ms. Stagner, can I go ahead and make the motion, or is it appropriate? That was what was asked.
Well, so this is an information item. It's not a voting item, but you're motion is directed toward, I mean, I think that it would be better referred to the policy committee to address it there first. The whole purpose of the committee process for Board of Education or for any entity is to let the committee do that work and then bring the recommendation to the board for the board's approval. Certainly, it doesn't mean that you're a rubber stamp for the committee, but it does mean that the nuts and bolts, the nitty-gritty of the work is done at the committee level. The policies are posted on the Assembly website for the public before it gets to the committee level. So they're posted there, and the committee meetings are public meetings. And as Dr. Faust said, they're vetted by the staff who makes recommendations and brings it to the committee at that point. And we go through. McKenna Osborne from the North Carolina School Board Association has made these recommendations. She has done the work that you all have paid her to do to integrate your existing policies in with their recommended policies. And at this point, certainly the board should take as much time as it needs to make sure that you are comfortable with the policies you're adopting. But McKenna has told me that she has already reduced the number of policies per meeting that is normally what a board goes through. And so at this point, you are much further behind in what the normal 18-month projection would be. So if that's useful information, it doesn't mean you can't take longer, but while you have two different policy manuals going on at the same time, it is difficult to know which policy to look for and where to find the appropriate policy.
Thank you for that information, Ms. Stagner. So if I'm clear, the motion that Ms. Justice made is not appropriate for this item right now. That is something that the policy committee can tackle.
That would be my recommendation. If she receives a second, there would be a vote, but.
Well, I will withdraw if we, at this point, table the policy discussion to the policy committee, which is, I think, would be appropriate since they're the ones that are doing the work. And I would like to see, my goal is to have more transparency, more information. These policies are how our schools are run. This is how the rules are made. I've been on the end of policies where they weren't appropriate because they weren't written properly and they were accepted as, you know, and you probably have been too. And then trying to deal with the fallout is worse than, you know, us rushing things through.
Ms. Justice, I do take exception with your idea that as policy chair, I'm not being transparent.
No, I didn't say you weren't. I said we need to be more. We always can be more.
Okay.
I think that we are ready to, there's been plenty of discussion on this. I'm sorry, Mr.
Can I make a
McManus?
suggestion? Because Nelson and I talked about this, no matter who, public, et cetera, it would be advantageous if they would do away with the numbers and attach them to the name and put the name of the policy there. That makes it.
What do you mean?
Exactly, that's one help.
So that can be.
You mean like
Because
on
flipping back
the
and forth.
supporting
the name of
documents?
the policy, and that's-
All right, thank you very much. Let's go ahead, back to you, Mr. Beaulieu, for first reading of the policies listed.
Okay, did anybody have any that they wanted to rip out and discuss? Our 4300 series is about something. It's our student series. Or I'm sorry, our 4000 series is
I
about.
can't hear this echo. I don't know why it's doing it. Okay.
Is this for first reading?
Yes, this is.
Yes, this is first reading.
Aren't we going to table policies in general until the policy board had a chance to meet and discuss this?
I don't know what, this is just for information and.
It's just information.
And I intend to offer policies for second reading for approval or denial of the board.
And second reading, we'll go through them. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Beaulieu.
Okay, so again, our 4000 series relates to student behavior, and these are them. We discussed authority of school personnel, school plan for management of student behavior, fair and consistent discipline across the administration, disciplinary action for exceptional children and students with disabilities, integrity and civility, disruptive behavior, student identification cards, use of wireless communications devices, tobacco products, drugs and alcohol, gang-related activity, theft, trespass, and damage to property, assaults, threats, and harassment, weapons, bomb threats, terrorist threats, and clear threats to safety, criminal behavior, school-level investigations, parental involvement in student behavior issues, and of course, student searches. These were areas that the policy committee discussed on December the 8th, and these ones were found ready to be moved forward for first reading and information for the public. They will be on the agenda for the rest of the month if the public wishes to look at those and comment on those.
Is there a motion to accept?
You
well,
don't
not
have to-
accept, we
you
don't
don't
have to make
have
a
to
motion, this is just for information, sorry.
Just,
Yep.
Madam Chair, I just want to say to everybody that's out there, please look at these policies as suggested. They are important. And if anybody in the public has any issue or anything that you want to bring up to the policy committee, please do so. We would appreciate it. More feedback, the better, especially because some of these policies are very important to our students, so.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you very much.
And also, too, can I just add that, from the policy committee, that setting policy is like our number one job responsibility. Our number one is hiring Dr. Faust. Okay, check, we did that. Number two, we have to get our policies right. So it's a lot of work, and it's a lot of toothpicks, holding your eyes open, and it's a lot of dialogue with, all those folks over there in those bleachers. So, that's just what our job is, and I just have to reiterate that, even though it's hard.
All right, thank you. That is some lively discussion. We are going to move on to our next item on the agenda, which is exemptions from formal qualifications-based selection for professional services, and this is Mr. Eddie Anderson. At the microphone, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. In accordance with the North Carolina General Statutes and your board policy, we're presenting to you for information tonight a list of professional service contracts where the selection of the vendor was done by exemption from formal qualification-based selection. This list is for the 2020 calendar year. These are small contracts under $50,000 where qualification-based selection would cause unnecessary delays in construction, maintenance, repair, or investigative engineering. This is presented tonight for information only, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Are there any questions for Mr. Anderson?
Of course. All right, so I was looking through and like the kinds of things that you do with the lower cost things. All of them, seem, very in line. I did note that there were 13 safety and security upgrades at varying different costs with varying organizations, to do the work. So I was just curious as to what kinds of safety upgrades we were talking about, if you can talk about those without, being, too informative to bad guys.
Yeah, this is directly related to the $1 million that was included in the capital budget for safety and security. Specifically, our number one priority was looking at the security vestibules and entrances to our schools. We obviously want to bring every school up to the standard that our new schools are built at. While the security assessment did a really good job of identifying deficiencies, it stopped short of a really good conceptual plan for addressing the need and a cost estimate. So in order to get this done quickly and to engage as many of the local designers that we have, we spread the work out, and that's what they're doing. They're going to schools and assessing the needs, coming up with conceptual plans. They'll be providing those plans with cost estimates, and then we will begin to implement those as the remaining funds permit.
Gotcha. So in vestibules, we're talking like the AI phones and things like that, or double locking.
It would include the AI phones. A lot of these, the AI phone may have to be relocated, but this is specifically talking about where you would enter the school into a secure vestibule, then have to be buzzed from the reception area and into the school.
Okay.
So it makes getting access into the school a 2 or 3 step process.
So in an effort to get this done more quickly and efficiently, we spread the work out.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this
Mr.
item?
Anderson, I was going to ask, the flooding at New Hanover, is that actually at the school itself or one of the athletic fields? The last one
The
on the
last
list.
item.
Flooding mitigation.
You know, I don't know.
Okay.
August 27th.
I will find out the answer,
All right, thank you.
and I'll email you.
Thank you.
I thought that was gonna show up as Williston, but, I'm not sure what that was.
Okay.
So if that's all right, I'll find that out and I'll shoot you an email.
Thank
with
you.
a copy of everything.
All right, any other questions before we move to Mr. Anderson's next item, which is change order summary report?
Yes, again, this is in accordance with the North Carolina General Statutes and your board policy. We're presenting for information a report on change orders on all contracts that were approved by the board in 2020. I will say the change order percentages for these projects are slightly higher than usual, and I'll attribute this to three things. Number one, increased construction cost. The complexity of the renovations. This past year, we were doing a lot of pretty major renovations as opposed to new construction. And then third, owner requested changes. Due to the complexity of the projects and the uncertainty of the construction market, we were very careful in maintaining a scope of work for bid that we knew would be under budget. We were successful in doing that, and then through the course of construction, if the opportunity arose to do additional work, we did that while we were there, while the contractor was there, while the school was under construction. That was certainly saved the school system money and a wise use of our bond funds. So a lot of these change orders were owner-directed. They were not unforeseen conditions or design errors or omissions. As always, we budget more for construction contingency on these type of projects. The original contract amount plus the change orders is still within the budget approved by the board. Are there any questions?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, next item on the agenda, the comprehensive annual financial report. Ms. Mary Hazel Small. Welcome.
Good evening. What could be more fun, right?
I know.
I am
Light reading.
I am pleased to present this report to you for our financial statements as of June 30th, 2020. I will not read the whole thing to you. I did want to point out, I put a hard copy at your desk, but the actual document is attached to the agenda. For the public, it's also on the public page of the finance website. And if you're not interested in reading the whole very exciting book, the management discussion and analysis is probably the best summary in just a few pages of the contents of the financial statements. Did want to mention that the question I usually get at this point, so I'll go ahead and answer it, is what's our fund balance? So throughout the year we estimated it, but the final fund balance, the unassigned general fund balance, which is the part that's available for the board to use, is 5.9% of governmental expenditures. It's actually 15.9 million. It's slightly less than the board's goal of 7%, but you'll remember we had a hurricane or two. And so quite a bit of that was spent down. Last year we recovered most of that appropriation through FEMA and insurance. So that's reflected in this number. So we're almost back where we were, not quite. At this point, I would like to introduce April Adams, our CPA, our audit partner with Cherry Beckert. She is on Zoom and is going to give you a summary of our audit report, after which either of us will be glad to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Ms. Adams.
Good evening. I just want to make sure everybody can hear me.
Yes, ma'am.
Gotcha. Great. I am happy to be here to present the results of the June 30, 2020 audit. And we'll go ahead and jump to the next slide, and it'll show you what I'd like to cover with you tonight. So first, just high level, want to cover the role of the external auditor. Then I'd like to just talk briefly about what we do when it comes to internal controls, identify the significant audit areas, and high level tell you our approach to those. Identify what the single audit major programs were. That is the federal and state dollars that the school board receives and administers during the year. Then I'll give you the results of the audit and do a quick summary, and then I'll be glad to take any questions. All right, let's move to the next slide, please. Okay, so the role of the external auditor. We perform your audit in accordance with two sets of auditing standards. The first is just the generally accepted auditing standards. So any audit that gets conducted in the United States gets conducted under those standards. And then we add in the second set of standards, which is the government audit standards as you're a government entity. Both of those audit standards require us to plan and perform procedures to obtain reasonable assurance that your financial statements are free from material misstatement. And then with the government standards, we're also testing for compliance, primarily with the General Statute 159 that covers local government budget and fiscal act financial reporting. I bring that to your attention because what we do is a risk-based audit. And so that means we don't go in and test every single transaction that occurred throughout the year. We are focused on looking for where those financial statements are most susceptible to those material misstatements. Once we've performed all of our procedures, we are required to express an opinion. For the school board, we express 4 separate opinions. The first 2 opinions are directly related to the 2 sets of auditing standards, and then the last 2 opinions are directly related to the compliance with the administration requirements related to the federal and state grant dollars that you receive and administer. The audit standards also require us to communicate certain things to the board that may have occurred or come to rise as a part of the audit. We do that communication in 2 ways. One is this presentation tonight, as well as a letter that accompanies your financial statements. The types of things that we are required to communicate through that, those 2 means is, if there were significant policy changes that occurred throughout the year related to accounting. We also identify what the significant estimates are in those financial statements, because those are with what management estimates to be the liability or whatever the number is with their best judgment and knowledge of information at June 30, 2020. So definitely they could change as they play out depending on what kind of. So we want to make sure you're aware of what those are. And then finally, if any journal entries are identified as a result of the audit, we would make you aware of those as well. All right, let's move to the next slide. So internal controls. We don't opine on internal controls as a part of the audit, but we are required to do a review of the internal controls and then report if we see any deficiencies related to those internal controls. So what we do is we identify what the significant transaction cycles are. We obtain all the policies and procedures of how those transaction cycles or information is captured from the initiation of a transaction all the way through how it's recorded and then ultimately reported in the financial statements. From there, we do a walkthrough of one, which is a test of one, so just one transaction, we walk it through. From there, we decide if it's efficient for us to actually test a sample of the internal controls over an area and then rely upon it as part of the audit. We do that by means of the single audit over testing of the compliance. We are testing samples of internal controls and relying upon that. The audit standards also require us to do certain things for journal entries. So what we do is we get what we call a data dump of the journal entries, which basically is just the detail of all the journal entries that happen throughout the year. And then we mine that information for looking for unusual transactions. We'll pull those journal entries and all their supporting documentation and review it for proper approval, making sure that the journal entry makes business sense and that the proper accounts were used related to the explanation provided. And then finally, the audit standards require us to do certain things for your information technology controls, specific mostly to your financial system. And what we do is we send out a questionnaire asking for certain information, and then we're looking at the general computer controls. Who has access to the financial system? Should they have it? How is that monitored? Are there passwords to get into the system? Is it physically secure wherever it's housed? All right, let's move on to the significant audit areas. So as I mentioned, we do a risk-based audit, which means we're focusing on where your financial statements are most susceptible to material misstatements. So as you'll see, I've listed at the top here what we consider to be the significant audit areas, and they're your larger balances that you appear on your financial statements. What we're doing with those areas and why we're spending so much time there is that we're either confirming them with a third party if we can. We're also doing lots of analytics, looking if we can predict the balance, or we're looking at relationships to the numbers to make sure that they've moved in the directions we expect based on outside information. And then finally, if we have to, we'll do a test of details where we pull a sample and look at all the supporting documentation of invoices or whatever is required to support it. All right, so this slide is just identifying sources of federal and state funding that we identified to be major programs in the current year, where we actually went in and tested for the 14 different compliance requirements that may be applicable to each program. And those are the types of things that, you know, are the what it was spent on an allowable activity or allowable cost. Is the reporting done properly? Was the cash managed in accordance with the administrative requirements? So we did quite a bit in the current year. And so the results of the audit itself, I'm sure what everyone's most interested in. For the opinions of the audit, I am happy to report that all 4 opinions that we issued are what we call unmodified opinions. I know that doesn't sound like the best opinion, but it is. That is also known as a clean opinion. It is the highest level of assurance that we can give you that your financial statements are free from the material misstatements that we spent all that time and procedures looking for, that you are in compliance when it comes to GS 159, and that your federal and state single audits that we tested as major programs are in compliance with all the compliance requirements that were applicable to those. As far as the required communications, again, this is information that is reported in that letter. I can spare you the reading of it by telling you here the highlights, but there were no significant accounting policy changes throughout the year. The significant estimates that exist in your financial statements are your depreciation expense, because it's based on what are the estimated useful lives of your capital assets are, your allowance for doubtful accounts related to accounts receivable. Your pension is a significant estimate within your financial statements, as well as your other post-employment benefits, which is the health insurance for your retirees. And then finally, there were no journal entries identified as a result of the audit. And what that means is that all the activity and transactions are being properly captured for the school board throughout the year through your policies and procedures. All right, so in summary, all 4 were clean opinions, no journal entries identified. There are good internal controls in place to capture activity. And I did want to mention that we did get full cooperation from management, and that was so important, especially in this audit, because we, for the first time ever, did the audit completely 100% remote. So we worked with the finance department collaboratively to figure out how to transmit information that we typically would have seen on site to accomplish the audit timely and submit the report in accordance with the law. So I just appreciate the opportunity to be able to give you the results and share that with you, that the finance department was very helpful in getting the audit done. And now I'll be glad to take any questions or comments.
Ms. Adams, I have a question I ask every year at this time. How many school systems do you audit, your company?
We are spread across the Southeast, so I don't know the exact number of all my counterparts up and down the Southeast, but here in North Carolina, we are the auditors for 3 school systems.
And how would you characterize in general the health of New Hanover County school finances?
Very healthy. I think I think you'll find in most local governments in North Carolina, because of the Local Government Commission and the oversight there, that most governments in North Carolina are in good financial health, and you guys fall right there in that category.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Ms. Small, for keeping us that way and for the work of your entire team.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
You can never retire.
Yeah. Are there any other questions from the board regarding the audit?
Thank you.
And thank you for doing such a good job, Mary Hazel.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Small, and your entire department. All right, next item on the agenda is a Title IX process update. I believe we have a guest here in the audience, but we're going to start with our Title IX coordinator, Mr. Jarrell Lewis, to open this item for us.
Well, excuse me, I'm the one that's supposed to be introducing this.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, Ms.
That's
Justice.
all right. And thank you very much, because Mr. Lewis will be speaking in a minute. We also have somebody on Zoom that will be zooming in a few minutes. So remember, we're still remote stuff going on. It's amazing. Okay, since February 2019, the public has repeatedly asked for a school-wide survey to determine the current incidence of sexual assault, harassment, discrimination, and bullying that is possibly taking place in our schools. If we don't know the full extent of the problem, we cannot effectively protect our students and correct this issue. As a result of the Title IX Committee, and thank you very much, in conjunction with experts in this area, presented a survey to the board February 2020. Been almost a year. For the middle and high school students. Unfortunately, this survey has not been used, and I think the public possibly feels that it's time that it would. In the meantime, I would like to introduce Dr. Jackie White, who sat on the Title IX Committee, and she would like to, I guess you could say, introduce the new school board to some of the challenges we've been facing over the last 2 years. I know that publicly it is something that most of us are aware of, unless you're living in another county totally. But she is, as I said, she's an expert in this field, and she was serving on the, she is serving on the Title IX Committee. She's currently in Colorado, I believe, with a new grandbaby. So that's why she's on Zoom. So, Dr. White?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Mr. Lewis, did you have anything else that you wanted to say for the introduction, or you're going to come back to us?
I don't.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Dr. White, thank you for being with us.
Because we're going to talk to you.
Okay, thank you, Judy. Yes, and the fun of working from home, I am at my daughter's, and there's a little grandbaby, so you may or may not hear crying in the background. Just give you a heads up on that. So thank you, Judy, so much for asking me to come and talk about some of the issues regarding Title IX. Just a little bit of background. Before I moved to Wilmington, I was on the faculty at UNCG in the psychology department. And while I was there, I conducted research for over 4 decades on sexual assault and dating violence among teens and young adults. And I'm also the co-founder and past president of the National Partnership to End Interpersonal Violence Across the Lifespan, and also helped organize the Administrator Research Campus Climate Collaborative, which is a group that's been developing evidence-based approaches to assessing climate around Title IX issues in institutions of education. One aspect of that work that I want to call attention to tonight is institutional betrayal. Following any form of gender-based violence, including sexual harassment and sexual assault, survivors often turn to the larger institution, teachers, coaches, administrators, counselors, for support, assistance, and justice. They're basically turning to you as members of the school board. When your policies and procedures are inadequate, or even if they're great policies but improperly implemented, you essentially fail the victim and the larger community. When victims are met with this kind of inaction, mismanagement, or retribution, you have failed them and they experience what has been identified as institutional betrayal. And institutional betrayal has been found to predict symptoms of PTSD, anxiety, depression, dissociation, suicide attempts, as well as lead to physical health problems. It also leads to lower confidence in and respect for the institution and its leaders. So that's all of you. And it can actually undermine the status of the institution in the community. So to the extent that you as educators or leaders in a community fail to meet Title IX goals, students and parents experience institutional betrayal. Now, it turns out that addressing these problems begins with understanding the extent of institutional betrayal and then developing policies, practices, and procedures that are transparent, understood, and effectively implemented to reduce it. Institutional betrayal is real, it has consequences, it It can be assessed and it can be prevented. And it begins with determining how pervasive it is here in New Hanover County. And I do want to say on a very positive note, because I know none of that sounds really exciting or encouraging, that from what I've seen happening across the United States, New Hanover County is further ahead than many school systems in most of the states across the country. So that's really the good news, and it's encouraging, and I really do feel like we're moving in the right direction. But we don't want to be stalled, and it does feel like we've really stalled this past year. So, as I was saying, sexual assault, harassment, all Title IX violations are significant problems nationwide for all school systems, affecting health, mental health, and the academic success of our students. Many schools are attempting to work to address these problems, but they lack the resources, they lack the assessment tools that they need to understand the scope or nature of the problem. And schools are looking to surveys to help them fill the gap in knowledge. I lost my place here. 1 second. Isn't all this online stuff fun when you depend on technology? So basically what I wanted to do was point out that conducting regular surveys are becoming a best practice policy as a way to respond to these things. And with this concept of institutional betrayal in mind, I just want to point out a few of the benefits of conducting surveys on a regular basis. And then I think Mr. Lewis will talk about some of the specifics in New Hanover County. So I want to just point out 5 things. First, surveys provide information about the community perceptions, about community knowledge, and community attitudes that are relevant to Title IX issues. Second, incidence rates assessed via confidential or anonymous surveys can be a source of data about the extent of the problem. Thirdly, regularly administering surveys can show changes over time, such as decreases in incidents of sexual harassment or assault, and increases in awareness, increases in reporting. Also, surveys can provide information about problems in particular areas or venues, enabling the system to tailor their prevention and response efforts to be even more effective. Additionally, conducting a survey demonstrates the school system's commitment to addressing Title IX issues and builds trust with the students, the faculty, and the parents. This is really so important. The community needs to know that you're making a genuine effort to truly listen to what they have to say. So as we think about the surveys, I would like you to keep in mind there's really 3 different target audiences that we want to be concerned about hearing from. We want to hear from students, we want to hear from parents, but we also want to hear from faculty and staff. For each, we need to learn about their experiences as well as their perceptions, their understanding of policies and procedure. Without the trust, it doesn't matter how important your policies and procedures are, we're not going to be terribly successful. And I'm going to stop here and allow Mr. Lewis to make his comments, and then I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Dr. White, for that information. I believe, Mr. Lewis, you're going to share a little bit about where the Title IX process is as far as surveys that have been created or whatnot here in the school.
Yes, thank you, Board. So when it comes to the Title IX surveys, of course, this is the work of the Title IX Committee. Brief history of the Title IX Committee. I believe it was established in March of 2019, prior to my hiring, which did lead to my hiring. Back in the spring of 2019, there were already discussions ongoing about a Title IX survey. So when I was brought on board in September 2019, I was tasked with creating a survey for drafts through the work of the Title IX Committee to present to the board for decision-making on the release. So from that, quick update, we had a Title IX survey produced through my work through the committee, Title IX Committee, that did not make it out of the committee. Fast forward to this Title IX survey that is on the screen here. This is the most recent version of the Title IX survey. Brief background about where this survey came from. In the Title IX world, there's a lot of partners that we can look to. Not as many in K-12, but it's growing. So in a training that I went to, I met a colleague from a district, a K-12 district, who had similar issues to New Hanover County Schools. And what they did was they worked with OCR in a resolution agreement, and OCR in that resolution agreement stated that they need to conduct a climate survey. So that school district then created a climate survey, which they had reviewed by OCR and the Department of Education. I took that survey and modeled it for our survey here. So that's how we got this model, this survey developed working with other partners through the Title IX Committee and community members. So this is where this current survey came from. The status of the survey, as you can see I believe on the date there, is February 2020. So in February 2020, we were in a brand new place with COVID and whatnot. So at this time, we were in those early stages of discussions regarding how to release it. We had gotten to the point of the target audience being middle and high school students. But because of the nature of Title IX discussions, I believe that it was best to have this, the belief was it was best to have this release when students were full-time in school, then COVID hit, and that slowed everything down. So we tried to pick up discussions in the summer with Dr. Burns, but because of COVID plans and students not being in place full-time, those discussions have stalled a bit. So that's a quick synopsis of where we are with the survey and where it came from. I'd be happy to answer any other questions if presented to me.
And can I clarify something just a little here? Part of the discussion was to postpone it until the students were in the building, in case somebody was triggered by the particular survey. And I also want to clarify that this isn't the complete survey that you have in front of you that was put on place. We've got some other questions, I believe is, that we need to add to it before we look at the whole survey that were pulled but need to be put back on. So what you're looking at now isn't the complete survey, but you should get it within the next couple days.
Well, the Title IX committee's meeting shortly, so.
The next Title IX committee meeting is on the 11th. I would clarify that there is a earlier version of the Title IX survey that has some different questions on here, but it didn't make it out of the committee process. So that's why it's not part of this. So there's one survey but two different versions. This is the one that made it out of the committee.
Correct, and I think a better way to do it, why don't we look at both versions? That might be the best way. Now,
I believe the Title IX committee did look at both versions, and this is the one the Title IX committee approved.
Correct. It was presented to the full committee. I don't want to say the date because I don't remember at this point, but it was presented to the full committee.
What questions are missing?
Due to the nature, I would like to see both of the questions on everybody's ability to look at it before we get together and talk about this again. And one of the things the reason that it hasn't been presented, so this is what I have been told, was because they were concerned about students being triggered while they take the survey. And Dr. White can explain why that won't be an issue at this point.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I don't know where you're getting that. I don't believe that was a discussion. I think we were really concerned about the integrity of the results.
What do you mean by the integrity of the results?
We want our students in the building when they take the survey.
Yeah.
So we know that they're taking it, so we just felt like if it's a climate survey, A, we don't have a climate with students not in the building, and B, we wanted to make sure that the results that we were getting were accurate. I don't remember a specific conversation about triggering.
They've been in the building now for quite some time. And, if that was the reason, then that's not an issue at this point. They can take it at home, and if they do have, in fact, Dr. White, would you like to explain why, if they do take it at home, how they could get supported if they are triggered or something along those lines?
Right, yeah, I think this is a really important discussion. There have been literally decades of research done now where people are using online surveys to look at issues that are real sensitive when you're talking about sexual harassment and assault sorts of issues. And the documentation, the research says that there's just not triggering happening. In fact, most people who take the surveys are grateful for the opportunity to finally tell someone in a trustworthy, safe environment what's happened to them. So I don't think there has to be much concern about triggering. And online surveys can be set up in a way that are confidential, that students are protected, and that you can be pretty assured that the person taking the survey is the person you think it is. So I don't think that it's the issue that some people might be concerned about. The other thing that's really important, just in case somebody is upset by a question, is you do need to make sure that in the context of the survey, you provide students with a hotline telephone number, some way to reach out immediately to talk to somebody if they are having issues with what's going on. So I do think the concerns are legitimate concerns, and there are also good solutions for both of them. So I do think an online survey works, and you can provide students with information so they can get help immediately.
Ms. Justice, to clarify, you said that you'd like to see both versions of it. Would it make sense that that needs to go to the Title IX committee to look at and review, or does the board?
I think the board does. At this point, from what I understand, the questions that were polled had to do with sexual assault, and those are the ones that have initiated this whole process from the beginning. So I'm a little confused why they would be pulled, but the point is that I think the board should look at both versions and decide at this point, because the Title IX has come up with some surveys, and they're down to 2, let's put it that way. And one of the things that you and I both discussed was that we can look at this further on our meeting on the 13th. That'll give us an opportunity, the board members, to look at both versions, and then we could discuss and vote on whether we want to carry out which survey then, if we want to carry out a survey at all.
Well, I'd like to talk though with Ms.
I was gonna
Stagner.
say,
I'd
Ms.
like to have Ms.
Justice,
Stagner weigh in on this, because I've talked with her a bit too, and so I want to make sure that we have the correct information.
So much like the policy issue, the board has created committees to do that work. And so the recommendation of the committee is what will be coming before the board for action. If there is a desire for additional work, then it can always be sent back to the committee. If there's dissatisfaction with the recommendation of the committee, the board can reject it. But again, this board has made a decision to send certain issues to committees to do that work and then bring back a recommendation. So it's not as though there are 2 surveys. My understanding is this is the survey that came from the work of the committee.
And I've been on that committee, and so I don't recall any of that. And I just wanted to reiterate the same thing. It's like, why do we have committees if what we're doing is being discounted by our own? So, yeah, I mean, so, and they're open to the public, so any one of us can attend any meeting that they want to attend.
Can I ask you, was there, I'm very concerned. I have been concerned since I heard that there were some questions pulled, not by the entire committee, but by a couple board members that were on the committee that directly relate to sexual assault. This is done.
First of all, you never attended. That's not true, Ms. Justice. That is not true. That is categorically false, ma'am. And I can tell you that you cannot have an anonymous survey asking questions about sexual assault because we are a reporting body. If a child said, yes, I've been sexually assaulted, this is my anonymous survey, what would we do? We have created many avenues for people to feel safe and to approach us and to make sure that they can report. I think there's some really legal hurdles to get over when we say you're going to have an anonymous survey, please tell us if you were sexually assaulted as a reporting agent. That's the way I look at it.
Which was the reason I think 360 was implemented.
Go ahead, listen, Dr. White's expert.
I have been doing research assessing students' reports of sexual assault. Not only have I assessed students' reports of being victimized, but we've also done surveys asking people about their perpetration. So we have anonymous surveys where students are actually reporting behaviors that meet the legal definition of a crime in university settings. And now this work is beginning to happen in secondary schools as well. And we have been advised by many, many legal counsels that even though there are all these reporting issues, in the context of an anonymous survey, we are not violating the rights of the students. We don't have to be reporting these things. First of all, you can't because it's anonymous, and the purpose of the survey is to get comprehensive, clear picture of the extent of events that are happening. And so I think that some of the concerns that are being raised, again, they're legitimate concerns. They certainly came up in institutions of higher education when we first began to do this work. But after over 2 decades of work, it's established policy and procedure that this is a legitimate way to proceed.
Is it fair to ask, since you are the chair of the Title IX committee,
Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Lewis is it fair to ask that at the next meeting, this is revisited and decided if the committee wants to represent? I know that things got a little wonky right around the time of COVID, which delayed this, and everything has been fairly crazy since then. Is this a conversation that the committee would be willing to take up on again?
I definitely don't mind or have an issue with having the information represented
And if we could have
to
the
the
attorney
Title IX
present.
committee, but I will not make any decisions when it comes to the release or anything like that, of course.
And Dr. White is part of our committee, you know, so she would have, and has been very valuable on our committee, bringing up lots of suggestions and a lot of resources to us, you know, so she's on our committee and would be able to do that, so.
And Ms. Justice, I encourage you, you know, for the next Title IX committee or when this is
Oh,
being
I'm
discussed, I
definitely
would-
gonna be
I
there.
would go. Yeah.
Did you want to say something, Ms. Walker?
I mean, I'm new, and, well, y'all know my history, but obviously this is very important to me, and if there's stuff happening in our county, we need to know. And I've looked at this survey, it really kind of looks at bullying and harassment, whatever that
Not
means.
mention sexual
But
assault.
I just don't think that takes the whole, encompasses the whole question. You know, I mean, if I was a student and I'm looking at this, I'm not thinking bullying and harassment applies to sexual assault. I'm just not. So I just feel like if there's a way to do it where we're not hurting anybody, if there's a way to do it where we can get a good picture of what's going on in the county, then we absolutely have to do it. You know, looking at our history recently, I just feel like it's something we really should do. It's.
What's the purpose?
And
I want to be
What's
clear.
the purpose without having that
Well,
question?
I want to be clear, nobody on our committee pulled anything out.
Well, that's fine, but we have an
And ma'am,
opportunity to
you've
fix
never
that.
been
That's
to a meeting.
absolutely
We've been there for
fine.
2 years.
The point is, we need to go forward with this, we need to have
But
a
you're-
survey that's useful.
You're accusing people of being underhanded publicly. You are saying that we are taking things out.
Pull it back to the president for a minute. Ms. Crable, I know you're new to the Title, well, you're not new to the Title, but you're new as an officer or whatever. Can we just really look at this issue and just try
Yeah,
and get
and
somebody
that's,
in the questionnaire? I
and
mean,
Mr. Lewis already said we would, and
Okay.
it's worth revisiting anyway. We haven't met in a while, and a lot of things have changed since the last time we've met, so it's not a problem, I don't think, to go back and revisit it.
And Mr. Lewis, we appreciate last month the presentation about Title IX because there are a lot of wonderful there's a lot of wonderful programming going on thanks to you and the committee, and we appreciate that. Dr. White, thank you so much for your expertise this evening. We appreciate you being here. Enjoy that beautiful new grandbaby.
Thank
And
you.
we look forward to seeing you again soon.
Thank
Mr. Lewis,
you.
thank you
Thank you.
very much
Thank
for
you.
your time.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is Head Start. Board Liaison Report. Mr. Bollier.
I gotta find my papers. So we'll go through our monthly report first. As you remember, new board members, monthly reports are required for Head Start. And we have a little bit extra this afternoon or this evening. We have an action item that we need the board to consider for our funding. I was saying to Ms. Smiles earlier, I think we spend about, maybe 10% of our money from the federal government, but we spend about 90% of our paperwork from it. So we have to get our grant funding every year, and 'tis the season at the beginning. Really quick, our funded enrollment remains the same at 260 students, 89 3-year-olds, 112 4-year-olds. You can go ahead and switch to our monthly financials, and I'll come back to these other pieces. And again, I probably mentioned this last time, but our financial record is a month in the rear, so it kind of looks funny when you're looking at it. But every year we come out on top, and we look good again for this year. Our fiscal year ends in April of 2021, and you'll get our final numbers in July, I believe, or June. You get our final numbers in June. I do want to share a few of the highlights by the school and family team. December was Spirit Month, celebrated by the Johnson team and families. 35 plus students have been seen by the health department dental and mobile unit currently at Johnson Pre-K Center. Only 23 physicals are currently missing out of 223 students. We continue doing follow-up and assisting families with obtaining physicals. All makeup health dates, hearing, vision, heights, and weights have been completed. Behavior observations in classrooms are taking place until January 2021. Most family goals are entered in Child Plus, and 25 families are enrolled in Nourish NC. And Mrs. Smiles, if you could go ahead and take over and explain the grant funding process.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. I'm here to present and to receive your approval for our Head Start federal funding, acting as the non-federal entity for New Hanover County School Board of Education, and it is for May 1, 2021 to April 30, 2022. Before you are the supporting documents that are required in this lengthy process of this grant that is due to our federal government every February. So we are seeking approval for you to act as the non-federal entity to be fiscally responsible for the numbers $2.1 million, $173,470. So some change there. But that's for one fiscal year. Supporting documents, 3 huge main points. Our goals are focused around parent engagement, which is our greatest resource for the work that we do with 3 and 4-year-olds. Curriculum development with investigative studies and taking our curriculum deeper and deeper every year. And then, of course, the third goal being conscious discipline, which is to understand our behaviors of our children better and to look at it with a different lens. So if I may have your approval to serve 3 and 4-year-olds, 260 children in our county for next school year.
All right, you've heard the recommendation for the approval of the Head Start grant for May 1st, 2021 through April 30th, 2022 to continue to provide comprehensive services for 260 qualifying 3 and 4-year-old children for the next year. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Justice. Mr. Wildebohr, thank you for the second. Any other discussion? All right, Ms. Bowie.
Fantastic, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Smiles.
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Bollier?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
Aye.
Ms. Craybill?
Aye.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Aye.
Motion passes. We know you will use it well. All right, thank you. Next item on the agenda is the superintendent's report. Dr. Faust.
This month, we're celebrating National School Board Appreciation Month. Tonight, North Carolina Papa, or NC Papa, sent fruit baskets, and Bradley Creek Elementary sent dolphin lunch totes to kick off the celebration. So your dolphin backpacks.
Dolphin bags, we got
Yes.
them.
On behalf of the New Hanover County Schools employee family, I'd like to thank each of you for your services to New Hanover County Schools and to our community.
Thank you.
Schools will be closed on Monday, January 8th, in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. The district will be highlighting classroom and school celebrations and activities on social media throughout that week. As we start the second semester, I'd like to emphasize the importance of the district's partnership with New Hanover County Health Department in supporting the district's efforts to create the safest and most productive learning environments for our students. As the COVID-19 vaccine rolls out to employees this month under Phase 1B of the state vaccination plan, the district will continue to follow health protocols, practice the 3 W's, and work with public health to minimize risk to our staff and students. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Faust.
Are we allowed to ask a question?
I do not believe this is a question and answer item. Are we superintendent's report, is this appropriate to ask a question?
No?
Afterward, yeah.
Okay.
All right, next item on the agenda is the board chairperson's report. Very short report this evening. I would just like to share the appointments for 2021 for committees. As you know, as board members, we don't just come to our regular meetings and other governance meetings. We all serve on different committees throughout the course of the year for different topics, and assignments for 2021 are as followed. Advisory Committee for Exceptional Students, Ms. Judy Justice. Calendar Committee, Mr. Nelson Bollier. The Curriculum Committee, Ms. Judy Justice. Educator of the Year Committee, I'm very excited I get to serve on that one, Stephanie Adams. Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, Mr. Hugh McManus and Ms. Stephanie Walker. Family Communications, myself and Ms. Stephanie Craybill. Head Start, Mr. Nelson Bollier will continue. Legion Stadium, Mr. Pete Wildeboer. Parks and Gardens Committee, also Mr. Pete Wildeboer. The Policy Committee, chaired by Mr. Nelson Bollier and also served by Stephanie Craybill and Stephanie Walker. CTEC Advisory Board Committee will be Ms. Stephanie Craybill. Title IX Committee will be Mr. Nelson Bollier and Ms. Stephanie Craybill. We do have some ad hoc committees as well, but some of those may be changing a bit for now. But we do have a Bond Committee, and myself and Mr. Wildeboer will be serving. Capital Committee, Ms. Judy Justice is serving. Our Dress Code Committee, which I believe you said
We have disbanded.
has been disbanded. Never mind. We do have an Isaac Bear Committee, Mr. Hugh McManus and Ms. Stephanie Walker. And the NCSBA liaison is Ms. Judy Justice. So congratulations to our newly appointed committee members. I look forward to the work that you all do in these very important work over the course of this next year. I would also just like to say a welcome to Dr. Allison Coker, our new Assistant Superintendent of HR. We are very excited to have you. Welcome to the New Hanover County Schools team. And for Board Appreciation Month, I would just like to say thank you, board members. I appreciate you all and the passion and dedication you bring every day. And thank you, NC Papa and Bradley Creek, for these very nice gifts of recognition for the work that is being done. So thank you very much. All right, next item on the agenda, committee reports. I do not believe we have any committee reports since we're all getting to work.
Madam Chair,
Is
I
that-
did,
oh,
I
I'm
did,
sorry,
I
just
did have a
kidding.
brief policy committee report,
Yes.
and actually I will, and we're still finalizing exactly how this will look and what it will look like. But myself, Ms. Craybill, and
Stephanie Square.
and Ms. Walker had a suggestion taken up by Ms. Craybill. So Ms. Craybill,
Yeah, I wanted to bring to the board and, well, our committee that we will talk about, that I'd like to expand the policy committee to include a parent representative, perhaps, helping us get that through the PTA council, a teacher representative, perhaps looking at, student teacher of the year, kind of people, and perhaps an administrator, a vice principal, or a principal to sit on that committee.
The only thing we'd have to change our meeting time for a teacher, it's during school hours.
Right. We understand all that, if that's what we want to do to make to give our stakeholders more of a chance to just weigh in, that they wouldn't have voting privileges, they would have a voice, to give input. And again, this does not come without some history, that we have done this in the past very successfully. Back in the early 2000s up until 2010, we did have all three of those representatives on our policy committee.
I think that's a great idea.
Would like to bring that back so that we address all the public issues and our constituent stakeholder issues.
They are the stakeholders, they need to be on there.
All right, thank you very much. Any other committee comments, committee reports? All right, next item, consensus items, personnel report. We welcome Dr. Coker to the microphone for the first time. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Madam Chair and Board. Tonight, I'd like to present to you the personnel report covering the time period of November 30th, 2020 to December 21st, 2020 for your consideration and approval.
All right, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
Move to approve, Mr. Bollier.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a first and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Bowie?
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Bollier?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
Aye.
Ms. Craybill?
Aye.
Mr. McManus?
Aye.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildeboer?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you
We are
very
glad
much.
you are here.
All right, next on the agenda, old business, policies for second reading. Mr. Bollier.
I know, as I said earlier, Mr. Wildebohr, Mr. McManus would like to pull policy 3400 and discuss it. I have not heard from other board members, but after.
Is it too late?
What's that?
Is it too late to pull one?
No, absolutely. I said afterwards, I will definitely entertain a further discussion on any policy that anybody feels relevant. 3400 is evaluation of student progress.
Are you saying you want to pull it to bring back to policy, or
To
you want to discuss this
to
evening?
discuss it as a board.
Okay.
As you know, due to some of the issues that we've had with, the struggles of our middle and high school students, I believe it was in November, this board adopted a policy to make 50s the lowest F, and anything below a 50 as an incomplete. And I understand there's some concern with that, so Mr. Wildebohr or Mr. McManus, if you'd like to begin the discussion.
I'm sorry, I was drinking water, I didn't hear you.
I said in November, I believe our board changed the policy to allow for some grace for students by offering them a 50 instead of an F, as like a 2 or a 10 or a 20. And so I know you voiced some concerns, and I know, Mr. Wildebohr, you have voiced some issues as well, so the floor is yours.
I'm fine.
So we can talk about it at the meeting if you'd like. We just pull it to talk about it in our next week. Can we do
Well,
that?
that's what we're gonna do. Yeah.
You want to
And then we
pull
can
it
have time
out
to-
of the grouping this evening and
Yes.
revisit with the policy
Definitely.
committee?
Oh, okay. Certainly, we can remove
We've done
policy.
that already, we're referring back to.
Sure, we can
I'm
remove
fine.
policy
I'm fine with it.
3400 and discuss it
Real
further.
fine with it.
I believe there needs to be a motion for that.
Do have a quick question, though. We still waived the previous policy. This is the newly adopted policy. It ended up sort of coalescing, but we did waive the previous policy, so we need to make sure that when we get rid of the other policies, which we're going to do this evening, that we keep the policy that we had previously waived, because it's still governing the New Hanover County school system.
Okay.
So understand that we have students now with 0 averages, with no grades, and so that carries even during the COVID. So I want you to understand what you're doing. The reason for this prior was that kids can't come back from a 10. And we talk about equity, and we want to do what's right. An F is an F, no matter how you sell it, it's an F. So if your GPA, it's going to equal in 0 points. However, when it averages into the yearly grade, there's no coming back from that F of a 0. So what the premise was, because when you go back and we did the audit and we showed those grades before at the board meetings, that's where the premise of that came from. One was that we had students with multiple Fs and grades, total grades of 15s and 10s, and so there's no way for them to come back. The board then authorized for kids to come back to school. Some of those that were failing, if we could get them to come back to school to work with them. But if we pull this, then what we're saying is we undo what we were doing, the process that we're doing.
This would impact current grading, is what
Current
you're saying.
grades,
It's going
yes.
on right now.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, in that case, I'm forced to withdraw my motion. I do think that this needs to be discussed further in terms of a long-term policy. As I discussed with some of you earlier, I use the analogy of the stimulus check, where adults in the United States right now are hurting, and everybody knows that. And our kids are hurting too, and this is the grace, this is their stimulus check. And I know, I think there's a lot of great debate about whether or not this is best long-term, and I know, Dr. Smith, Dr. Faust have really good opinions on that. But for this moment and in this environment, I think that 50 is really necessary.
And I know this is sensitive to educators, because they teach,
Sure.
and we say we teach, and we expect in return that a student will produce. And Dr. Smith and I were talking about some research that really just hit home, and it was like, well, sometimes we're expecting 14-year-olds to think and process as a 25-year-old. And that doesn't work. So if they're at home, we're telling them to get online. They're not getting online. They're a 14-year-old, they're gonna play video games. If they're not monitored, not everyone has the luxury of a parent who can stay at home and say, okay, Charles, it's time for you to get online. Okay, Charles, let's talk about what you did. Or someone who is saying, hey, Charles, how was school today? Although in our worlds, that does happen, but it doesn't happen in everyone's world. So we have to be advocates for students. And sometimes we have to really understand the process of grading. Are we grading for behavior, or are we grading for mastery of the content? Because if we grade for mastery of the content and the student masters at a 0, who are we grading? Because what happens is, we go back and we did some history on this, because before I brought it to the committee, we evaluated to see how many grades were in there. So you'll see that in the paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, in paragraph 4, it says teachers shall evaluate students' performance at least 9 times per grading period, which means that they have to have at least 9 grades in there. In that cycle, there were some students who had 2 grades. So let's say that you have a 0 for the first and 100 for the second one. What is your average?
50.
A 50. So they don't have a fighting chance. We're thinking that everyone has done 70 material and that they did it. But if they only had 2 assignments for that grading cycle, and we pull those, and we had conversations with some of the principals and asked about the audit and the failure audit, and we know we missed the boat on this. But what we can't do is penalize students because of our practices. And again, that's why we have so many of our policies here, because our practices, and I can say it, some of these are antiquated. But if we are really gonna look at equity, if I have a 50, is that gonna change an F on my report card? It's still gonna say F. But if I come back and I say, you know what, I built that relationship with that student, I realized what was going on with their home life, I don't know. We have all these touch points because the board has authorized us to have, we have counselors in every school. We have social workers in every school. We have psychotherapists, we have all of the student services. But did we use those touch points for every one of these students who were failing? If I could definitely say that we did that for every F, I would be adamant in saying, you know, we did everything possible to make sure that students were successful. I don't know if we did that. But what do we do if, and I'm okay, so what is the grievance policy? Because how many parent conferences did we have? Because I think, again, this is a 14-year-old through an 18-year-old, some 18-year-olds in high school, or it could be a 3rd grader. This is for everyone. But what if they don't have the supports at home and no one called the parent to say, hey, we're not getting any work assignments from your child? Can we document those and say that if a teacher, a principal, someone can document that these are the options, then we can say, but we don't have documentation that we've done everything possible other than I gave the assignment, I taught it. They didn't get it. So we know that it was used to, if you teach it and you don't get it, then what we were like, you didn't teach it. If you taught it with fidelity and they didn't do the assignment, whose fault is it? They're not adults. So some of our policies hold our kids responsible for adults, and so I have issue with those if we're really going to talk about equity. Because again, not everyone has the teacher at home, the parent at home, and even if they have the parents at home, you'll hear parents like, I didn't sign up to be a homeschool teacher. And I had parents who told me that my child was number 31 in the class and now they're failing. So what do we do for that student? Because it's not just those students who are at the bottom, those who aren't on grade level or anything. We have kids who were in the top tier of their classes who are failing now. And what do we do? What do we tell them? That an F is an F, and, you know, I'm sorry, but we believe in equity. So we've got to define equity and what it looks like for our district, and it's not about equal, because not every student, not every teacher has the same relationship with every child at every school. Not every child gets the same access at every school. If that were the case, we wouldn't have failures in any of our schools. We know that there are some educators who educate better. There are some who need some support, and that's what we're trying to help them with, but we're not there yet with everyone. So when we look at these policies, that's what we go through, and we think about what is the impact, because most of our policies are written for our students. And if you take out the red lines, those are some of the old policies. So that's where you read it. So don't read the red, read what the dark says. And that's where you get, oh my gosh. So I would ask that you take another look at 3400. And I get it. There are people who will say, well, we're just giving them a freebie. You're not. It's still an F. An F is an F. You're still going to get 0 points for your GPA.
And clarify what you're saying here is before it gets to the F, and I used to do this, I mean, we've all, you know, those of us taught, we know how you try to work with the kids in so many ways. And I knew that there were some kids that had a lot of difficulty. So I never gave them a 0 in their grades. I always gave them 50, at the time the grading scale was different. So I always gave it enough so that if suddenly the light bulb came on and they really wanted to pass, you know, if they had, instead of a 0, say they had a 50, they could have another assignment and make a 75. They may not be making an A, but suddenly they cared enough to do it. And if you sink them before they have the opportunity to have that light bulb, it's just a reality. Now, teachers do it in different ways. That's the way I did it. I'm not promoting that. I'm just saying that's what I did.
I guess I believe that everything that we do.
Pardon?
I said, I think what Dr. Faust is driving at, everything we do should be to help kids. And I'm telling you, you can get an F. You can give a kid an F and help them. I am living proof right here. But if we give them a 2 and put an F there, that F is not for failure. That is for finished.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah,
I
give them a
think,
chance.
you know, I think that makes a lot of sense if we.
Actually, I think we had that as a practice. That was the word we used back at Laney during the 90s, if I remember right.
So is your, from what I'm understanding from reading this, the grading scale, you know, 59 on down is still an F. So that's not changing. And that has been in play for, you know, we were on that committee, the Achievement Gap Committee, you know, how many years ago, and we talked about 60 then. And we talked about not grading behavior. We talked about not grading attitude, you know, in there. So this is really not new. But one of the, I mean, I don't mind passing this, but some of the things that, some of my concerns, Dr. Faust and Dr. Smith, is that, you know, just being out in the community, some of this that we're talking about, you know, kids are taking jobs, and I have gone to places where I see my students. I'm like, what are you doing? Did you have early dismissal today from homeschool? You know, people in hair appointments, and moms saying, oh, it's okay, she's a good student, she'll just catch up tomorrow. People are on vacation. I saw a Facebook post of a teacher who is on vacation right now. You know, maybe that was already planned, but what are we going to do about holding some of our schools accountable to this?
So if I can just jump in here, we're verging away from this item.
No, what I'm saying is it's hard to make a policy if we're not going to enforce it, you know, and we're not going to do it with fidelity, like principals doing and APs doing observations to make sure that Power School is up to date. You know, I hate writing something down when we know we don't have any procedures in place to back, and that's not what we're doing here. We're not talking about procedures, we're talking about the high level. So those are just some of my concerns, is that if we say we're going to do it, then we better do it.
Well, I agree with that.
All right, so based
Madam
on-
Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
may I say something, please?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, do I understand you correctly that you said that there's no control over the teachers with regards to their grading, turning in late papers, etc. I'm concerned with first the board making a policy that dictates a grade. That to me should be a local school decision. I would think as superintendent, I would think, at least when I was a principal, if he told me or she to do something, we did it, that would be an expectation from you as the leader of this county, and that we should be talking about kids allowed to take a test 5 times with remediation if necessary to pass, to rewrite the paper as many times as they need to pass, but they're putting forth the effort. That we're talking about what we're going to do to work with these kids, because I feel we're setting the kids up and the teachers. You're talking about 1/3 of our students, if I remember, that were failing. So that's 8,000 students. I don't know how many of those are going to get a grade. What do they do when they go to the next sequence class? And they know some, but they don't know enough to be successful again. Are we going to come back and do is this a 6-month policy you're asking for? I just don't think it should be a board. I think it should be up to the individual schools, and you control that. We should be talking about what we're going to do with breaking into pods, helping these kids, pushing. We're talking about just to get it over with, or to give them a grade. How do the teachers and the principals feel about that?
So the policy, the grading policy has to come from the board. So you give the policy. All of those things that you said, yes, definitely, we handle all of those. Can I tell them, I think a 50, well, I want you to give them a 50. I can do that, but there's no policy, and I can get pushback because the policy states a 0 to a, what is it, a 0 to a 59? And they're within policy to say that.
So I'm understanding that you're not in a position to dictate to the principals, to the staff, that these kids are allowed. That's an equity issue right off the top of dealing with these. I mean,
The board has policies written, so your policy, your current policy is written with the grading scale.
So you want to drop to 50?
We want to bring it up to 50. That 50 is the lowest.
Yeah, well, excuse me, the lowest 50, yeah, from 60.
Well,
No.
Zero.
Just to provide you with a little bit of context. When I came to the central office as the Director for Instructional Services, one of the first things that I was tasked with was working on grading policies for the district. And when I was given that task, I immediately found out that this had already been a project that the district had been working on for 2 years. And even with that, there were some recommendations around zeros. And as you said, giving children the opportunity for grade replacement, make-up assignments, because we all know that the student at the beginning of the semester is not the same young man or young lady that's at the end of the semester in terms of who they are as a student in our classroom. And I think you spoke to building the relationships. But even with that, in the absence of policies, what you find is inconsistencies. And our high schools, as you know, because you've led them, are very large. And for principals to be responsible for going into individual teachers' grade books, it's very difficult for them to manage that on an individual basis. Having a policy would allow us to establish that in Power School as the base, and then building out those practices that you were speaking of. That could be something that is continuous, and that principals work directly with their teachers around. But even when we tried to move away from zeros, we had teachers who were consistent in not issuing zeros, but there were others who did.
Even when asked not to, yeah.
Even when it was recommended.
Recommended.
And the expectation, and again, as Dr. Faust referenced, in as early in a child's career as 3rd grade. And because it was the absence of policy.
Is this a permanent policy? Is this for the rest of the school year?
Well, none of it's permanent.
Well, my recommendation would be that this would be a policy that would be in place until the board so deemed it to revisit it and make changes.
All right, on that note, Mr. Boulderboard, did you have a
Yeah, I just
question?
wanted to see, like, as we're looking at the grading policy here, you know, it says F drops at 50, and then you have incomplete. You know, as I remember, before we got on the board, I think Myrtle Grove, I want to say it was middle school was highlighted because they used the incomplete in such a way that students were actually being rewarded by actually completing the work. And I think that would be the thought I would have, and just the way it's written, it shows to me that anything under 50 is incomplete. Is that what it says, or?
So no, all incompletes have to be resolved at some
Eventually.
point. So the lowest grade that would be able to be remain in the grade book would be the 50.
Right, okay. But eventually, you could put an incomplete in and give that child even the rest of the year to finish it up.
Yes, but we do try to resolve all incompletes at the end of the quarter, no later than that. And say, for instance, if you had a child who was unable to produce the work because they were out ill, or for some other reason, then I think an incomplete would be appropriate until that child was able to complete that assignment.
Mr. Boyer, are there any, thank you, Dr. Smith. With the exception of the policy that we've been discussing, are there any others on here that are directly impactful today?
I don't.
You know of?
I don't.
That it's imperative
I don't believe so. If you wanted, Madam Chair, to move these, but what I would ask, I know that everybody wants to discuss these things. These policies need to be passed. They need to be passed. So if you have an issue, again, I think in the 13th, I would like to go back and pass them as we did with other policies on a consensus basis. Call me up, talk to Dr. Faust, get the questions answered, and then when we come here for the public, we need to pass these policies. So that is what I would ask. If you feel like you need more time, it gives you another 8 days. But moving forward, the 30 days is what we have to do. We have to pass these policies.
I'm not prepared to just ram anything through, but I haven't had the chance to be on the committee yet and sit down and actually do this process. You have. But the point I'm making about some of these are they refer to policies we haven't even looked at yet. And if those policies are getting revised as well, I would like to have the chance to look at those and cross-reference them too. Like, I mean, I have questions.
I understand, but 30 days is
Well,
all we can really afford
okay,
to
going
do.
forward, we may be able to do that, but for somebody that is new to this process, and I only just spoke to you, this past week, so I'm new to this policy committee, I would personally not like to ram 29 policies through right now. If you want to go through every single one of these tonight, I'm sure nobody wants to do that. I feel like could we at least pull some of the ones that we have questions with?
I think we need to pull them all until the 13th, and then
That's okay
pass
with
them
me.
all at once.
With the exception of the grading.
With the exception of the grading, and then pass them all at once.
On the 13th.
These conversations have to be taking place outside of board meetings.
That's fine, and I don't have a problem with that, but I would like to have the conversation is what I'm saying. Like tonight, doing it tonight, you know, I know you said 30 days and all that, but we're all still learning what we're doing here, and so you gotta give us a little grace too. I feel like I'm ready to work on the policy committee, I'm ready to do that, but there are some very important things in here that I would like to discuss at a committee meeting, not here. And I was prepared to do that.
They won't be discussed at the policy committee meeting, but we can definitely talk about them one-on-one, or you can talk with Dr. Faust or Ms. Stagner.
No, I would like to talk at our meeting before,
These policies have already passed the committee.
So let's go
You would
ahead.
like me to pull all the second reading for this month and go back and do them again?
So this is a conversation I think that the two of you can have
Yes.
off site here. I'd like to look, is there a motion to pull 3,400?
So
And
moved.
to move on, thank you, Ms. Justice, is there a second?
Second.
All right, there's a motion to pass policy 3,400 this evening. Any other discussion? All right, Ms. Bowie?
Wait a minute. What did you just do? I mean, like, are we
Just
going to
pull-
approve all of these on this list right here?
So we're gonna have to do a second motion to move them to.
Gotcha, okay.
All
All right.
with the exception of 3,400,
Because we're
that
gonna,
is
we're gonna vote on
imperative.
3,400 right now.
3,400
Okay.
needs to be.
Okay.
Situation.
All right, Ms. Bowie?
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Boyer?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
Aye.
Ms. Craybill?
Aye.
Mr. McManus?
Aye.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Aye.
Motion passes. 3,400 is approved. Is there a motion to move the remaining policies to our, am I within my space here, Ms. Stagner? To be able to move the rest of the policies to the 13th to allow for more time for board members to review?
Certainly, that's certainly something the board can do.
Okay. All right, is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Okay, any other discussion?
Just everybody, just please read them, you know, and write your comments down. I mean, use our money that we earn to print them out so you can read them and highlight them if you have to. I'm wearing through my printer cartridge.
Ms. Bowie?
I'm glad I have some pay.
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Boyer?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
Aye.
Ms. Craybill?
Aye.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Motion passes. Policies have been moved until the meeting on the 13th. Next item on the agenda is Board of Education meeting schedule. Our current...
Ms. Adams?
Oh.
Ms. Adams, sorry. So there were also policies to be rescinded.
You need to keep those.
But again, if these new policies are not being adopted until later, then they should not be rescinded. That should probably also move to the next meeting, along with the adoption of the new ones. The rescission of the old ones should.
Is there a separate motion for
I
that
think
at this point?
that they can be considered together at the next, it should just be clear on the agenda at the next meeting.
That both the policies for adoption and the rescinded policies are being addressed. Got it. Okay, thank you. All right, next item on the agenda is the Board of Education meeting schedule. Ms. Justice, would you like to address this? This was an item that you placed on the agenda.
Right. This is very obvious that it's just taking us way too long. Some of our meetings, like the last one, lasted till midnight. The one right now, good grief, we're at 10 o'clock. After, anybody that has ever conducted business realizes after 3 or 4 hours, in fact, I'm starting to lose focus now. You start to lose focus and you don't make good decisions. And what I've researched is that the other governing bodies in this county, both the county commissioners and the city council, have 2 meetings a month. And having spoke to people individually, I think it's a much more practical way to conduct our business if we start having 2 meetings a month. There is an option for an interim meeting if you want, but I think we should make it on a regular basis so that we can have consistency, so that the public knows what's going on. And with that being said, part of the situation is that the county commissioners meet the same night, well, they meet on Monday night. If we were to meet on Monday night, we conflict with them. The city council already is meeting on Tuesday nights, and we're constantly conflicting with them. And I'm constantly, over the last 2 years, and I think other people have been on the board, and people that have attended the meetings, you can't go to both. And sometimes those bodies cover things that are of interest to the public that are interested in both governing bodies. So my suggestion would be, not only do we have 2 regular meetings a month, and then we could do a lot more work and make better decisions, is also to either hold the meetings on Wednesday or Thursday. And I'm aware this would make a change in policy. So I was going to make a motion, and then we could discuss. Let me go ahead. Here's the motion that I was going to make. I would like to motion that we revise policy 2300 to include 2 regularly scheduled meetings a month to take place on either Wednesday or Thursday of the month, so as not to conflict with the other meetings of the county's governing boards.
So the motion would be to send it to the policy committee.
First, since it is a policy, we would have to have them look at it. I mean, isn't that correct, Ms. Sagner?
That is the process that you have in place.
Okay. You've heard the motion.
Do we need to, I could just put that on the agenda. Do we need a motion to send it there? Can I just agree to put it on the agenda for the next policy?
More discussion.
Well, we can then discuss it. Can we discuss it now, too? I mean,
You can discuss it now. I mean, I think that it can be sent to the, I don't know that you need to make a motion for a specific change to the policy if what in fact you're doing is sending it to the policy committee for them to come back.
would that be a motion to send it to the policy committee?
Certainly.
Okay, that's why I'm making a
No,
motion.
we don't need a motion to send it there.
Oh, okay.
I'll do that. What's the policy number, 23?
All right, Mr. McManus, you would like to make a comment about this item? Yes.
Say those days again, please.
Wednesday or Thursday night, so.
Okay. When you think about everyone involved with other involvements, vacations, all the above, if you require two, I agree we don't need, I'm kind of disenchanted when we get the real tough, if we don't have a lot of time for discussion at 10 o'clock at night when we start at 5:30. And you may not believe this, but I've watched this group, and I haven't been on the board that long, and bless their hearts. Some of them haven't had to speak yet. Some of them have to wait till 10 o'clock to give a 10-minute speech. I'm sorry, but we're supposed to be inviting, and we're supposed to do what's best for all of our staff. And I don't mind the meeting, but I know that at some point I will have a conflict with another board I'm on, but, you know, we'll just have to make that work. But these people don't need to come here and be at 10 or 11 o'clock at night and give a 10-minute speech at 10 o'clock. And they've been here since 5:30. Now, I don't have the answer at this moment, but I just don't think, and I hope you're not driving back tonight.
And I will say,
you don't need to.
I will say this, we are, when we meet on the 13th, one of the items we're talking about is the agenda and how we are structuring our meetings.
As needed.
To be, right.
As needed, that way we can all check our calendars.
What Ms. Justice is presenting is a change to the policy to, our current policy allows us to have interim meetings as needed. What she is saying is she believes that we should standardize 2 meetings a month. And so that will have to be a discussion for the board as a whole after the policy meeting has had that.
Madam Chair, I'll also let the board know, I plan on taking the actual formatted agenda policy that restricts the policy is not designed to restrict good governance, and that's what that policy is doing. We need to figure out a way to get a consent agenda and to get this train going.
Yes, all right. So, Ms. Justice, policy will take the item. We will discuss as it comes back from policy.
And I'm going to add, since I'm on a roll, there's not a single person, including all those who've left, who haven't gone to sleep for 3 minutes. And it's just not fair. We don't make good conversation and good decisions 5 hours at night.
I totally agree.
And I've actually asked individuals that I have relationships with that I know, a lot of school boards don't do this anymore because they don't make good decisions. And this is twice that the hard stuff comes at the last. And here we are, we're worn out. And that's what we get paid for, so I accept it. But I don't think it's fair. I truly don't. I'm not trying to get any brownie points. I've watched, it's just, somebody stays here 5 hours to make a 10-minute speech.
So on that note, let's keep moving so we can get through this agenda.
Well, I am, but I want to be heard since I'm here at 10 o'clock.
Yes.
It's actually 10:20.
All right.
And you did the agenda, my love.
Right. The next item on the agenda is the review of the Apple headquarters trip. Just to give a quick overview, back in, I believe, January of 2020 or early February of 2020, stakeholders from the county, the district, and the city went to Apple in California. And there is going to be another meeting that's bringing the group back together upcoming. And Mr. Bollier was on that trip, and he's going to share just a few comments on that trip to give an overview for the new members, and then we will get another report after the meeting in February.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go ahead and read a prepared statement to give you as much information as possible, and then I'll be happy to take any questions. Going to California was a real special thing for our community and for myself personally. I love an opportunity to collaborate, to listen, and that's what this trip offered. In late November of 2019, our board chair, Ms. Eastep, was invited by the Wilmington Chamber of Commerce and asked to invite one other board member, along with a couple representatives from our administration, to visit Apple headquarters in Cupertino, California. The trip itself was organized by the Chamber and in conjunction with the New Hanover County Board of Commissioners. Our representatives were invited to attend because a great deal of the trip was centered on how technology was changing the workplace and how the school system might more effectively meet the needs of our local businesses. The president of the community college, the chancellor of the university, and representatives from the city of Wilmington also accepted invitations and made the trip. By the end of December, the participation had been finalized. Ms. Eastep and myself, along with Director of Technology, Ms. Dawn Brinson, and Deputy Superintendent Dr. Sean Smith were selected to represent the entire school system. The trip was announced publicly with New Hanover County Commissioner Board Chairwoman Julia Osen-Boseman issuing the following statement on December 13th. This meeting will be an opportunity to discuss the impact mobility is having on the world of work and learning, emerging technologies, potential workforce pipelines for our community, and innovation in education. Our delegation left Wilmington on Sunday afternoon, January 12th, and returned Wednesday morning, January 15th, spending 8 hours at Apple on the 14th, and I'm sure Ms. Smith would like me to tell you she really enjoyed her flight in the middle seat without a television 4 hours across the country. The conversation that took place while we toured Apple was designed as a starting point for a much broader discussion. As the press release alluded to, it was a conversation that centered around how emerging technologies were requiring innovations in education. We have tools. We're already a big customer for Apple, as are many school districts across the country. The question that I was most curious about as a representative for our system is, what is all of this technology and this remarkable access to information doing for us? Are we a stronger system because of it? And if not, how can we better utilize technology to benefit our students? I will not try to speak for the entire delegation of community leaders that were lucky enough to attend, but for me personally, the biggest takeaway was that there was a potential for our community to bridge a gap between the needs of our area business leaders and the collective limitations of our workforce in using the requisite technology in countless industries that employ the residents of New Hanover County. One statistic in particular that really stood out to me was the number of job postings requiring a degree in computer technology and coding versus the number of applicants. Apple shared some interesting statistics from North Carolina job openings in the year 2019. Across the state, there was a big need for jobs that require degrees in computing and coding. That year, there were 16,000 jobs that fit that description versus only 1,561 North Carolina graduates who met that criteria. Average starting salary for those positions was about $92,000, and only 20% of that number were women. However, the discussion wasn't limited to simple coding and computer science needs. Apple had conducted a large study of the hard and soft skills that business leaders believed they most needed employees to have. Their list included soft skills like analytical thinking and innovation, creativity, originality, and innovation, and initiative, as well as hard skills like tech design and programming. So when you start thinking about New Hanover County and some of our biggest problems, affordable housing, some of the reliance on the hospitality and tourism sectors to provide employment for our newly graduated students, the idea that maybe we were not fully leveraging some of what we might conceivably do very well was an important one for us to consider. That, as much as anything, was what I got out of this trip. Now, since then, the pandemic has highlighted some of the ways in which education is changing and how important it is going to be moving forward to be at the forefront of that change. I tell my students all the time that there is a big difference between information and education. Increased access is a wonderful and potentially game-changing tool. It's a weapon, but it's worthless, perhaps even dangerous, if we don't give our teachers the resources and training they need to employ that weapon properly. The Chamber organized 2 subsequent meetings after our return from California to continue those broader discussions. However, the pandemic and subsequent issues facing all of our local governments left those conversations unfinished. 1 year after our initial meeting, it seems like a good time to revisit the original conversation with the original attendees to talk about what was learned and how the pandemic has changed things. The Chamber has reached out and plans to send out invitations in the coming days to do just that. I will continue to update the board as talks progress. I know our superintendent, Dr. Faust, has been to Apple as a representative when he worked with Union County. I'd like to invite him, Dr. Smith, Ms. Brinson, to feel free to add anything to this discussion that they think might be of value. And I'd like to end by thanking the president of the Wilmington Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Natalie English, for her leadership on this. Regardless of what ultimately comes from the experience, having the community leaders of New Hanover County collaborating and engaging in meaningful discussion and dialogue about our workforce and our education system was in and of itself an invaluable development that I believe will ultimately pay dividends in the years to come. And with that, I will take your questions. Or would Dr. Smith, Ms. Brinson, Dr. Faust, would you all like to add anything? No?
Yeah. Why did it take a year to get back to us when during, and everybody's seen the tape, you insisted as soon as you got back, you'd tell us why and what you learned, why you went and what you learned out there?
Well, Ms. Justice, I didn't wait until I got back. I had an interview with WHQR while I was in California, talking about some of the things that we were discussing and doing. I didn't brief the board because, frankly, the conversations hadn't progressed enough, and I've only done it tonight because there have been requests to do so. We don't really know what this was yet.
You told us that meeting that you would report back, in fact, Lisa said it too, that you would report back to us immediately when you got back. And I'm also, okay, I'm glad that you got this opportunity. Sounds great. Well, and I'm not gonna, I think everybody's probably watched that video, so I don't need to comment anymore on what I said then. I would hope that our guidance counselors are already aware of the opportunities in the tech field at the level that you just described. I have 2 kids in high tech. One of them is very successful, and he's, I think, older than you. So I've been aware of this, and I know I've worked with schools and community colleges and universities over the years and gotten the same information you got in Apple. I'm so glad that you understand that. So, I mean, that was productive for you. I still have a lot of misgivings about the process because I don't think we got anything out of it for the first time until tonight. I would have appreciated that we'd had an update immediately when you got back like you had stated you would. I had requested to attend the meeting that Ms. English is having because I hadn't heard anything. And then I was told that that wasn't appropriate, and that's why I asked you to report tonight. In the future, it's just like the communication I was talking about before. Even this whole trip, I was kept out of the loop until I think 2 days before it. This was going back a year or so. We've got to improve communication. If it's overkill, let's overkill. And you know, when you go on a trip and you say you're going to get information, let's share it with the public because we paid for that. That was tax dollars used.
Ms. Justice, I appreciate that. We knew about this at our December board meeting. There were, if you Google Apple trip New Hanover County, you will see 7 different news outlets reporting on this, including my WHQR.
After you've known about it for weeks.
Ms. Justice, you were not invited because frankly you said, and I'm quoting you, that this was a taxpayer-funded waste of money and a sales trip to Apple. So
I didn't say it was, I did not say it was a waste of money.
Ma'am, your words are printed in the Port City Daily, and you can look that up. I'm telling you, you said this was a taxpayer-funded waste of money sales trip.
I didn't say it was a waste.
Justice and Mr. Bollier, I'm going to have to cut this conversation off. This is not productive conversation that is going to benefit our students or our staff. So thank you very much. Are there any questions about the trip?
No.
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 Mr. Bollier, thank you very much for that report. We appreciate it, and we look forward to the continued conversations that will be had with the Chamber and other stakeholders. Next item, the extension of the strategic, under new business, extension of strategic plan. As we've mentioned, the strategic plan expired that the system was working under on December 31st, 2020. Due to the changes in leadership, both at the Board of Education as well as New Hanover County Schools Administration. Additional time is needed to develop a strategic plan to guide the district from 2021 through 2025. The recommendation is simply to extend the current strategic plan. I've talked with Dr. Faust. He is looking at options, and at the February board meeting, we will be provided some recommendations for how to proceed with our strategic plan discussion. But for right now, this item is simply to extend the current strategic plan for 6 months so we have something to operate under until a new one is created. So is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wildebohr. Any discussion?
No.
All right, Ms. Bowie?
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Bollier?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
Aye.
Ms. Craybill?
Aye.
Mr. McManus?
Aye.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Motion passes. Next item, 2020 Facility Needs Survey. Mr. Eddie Anderson, welcome back to the microphone at 10:30 at night. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Yes.
Are y'all ready?
Yes.
Okay, so tonight, I'm going to present a updated summary of the facility needs for our school system. So Thomas Edison said, "Good fortune is what happens when opportunity meets with planning." The facility needs survey is the first step in good planning. It's a snapshot of the school system's facility needs today. The facility needs survey is also required by state law, General Statute, as you can see, 115C 521. This was implemented in 1988 and also includes a requirement that it be updated every 5 years. And the last update was done in 2015. I think it's important to understand that the facility survey is not a commitment of funds. It's also not a prioritization of projects. The survey prioritizes projects into two groups, 0 to 5 years, 6 to 10 years. But any kind of implementation schedule would prioritize those projects much more than 5-year increments. This survey is what we would go to when considering a future state bond, local bond, or any other kind of building program. Also, with any other large building program, we would also consider district-wide improvements, such as technology, which has been included in the most recent 2014 bond, program management, and program contingency funds. So this is not a bond program, but really, again, just a snapshot of what our facility needs are so that you could hopefully in the future start that discussion. Now, the facility needs survey does include enrollment projections. These projections are provided by the state. They're built into the program. However, we typically get an independent demographer to prepare projections for us as a comparison. We had planned to do this in 2020, but we decided to hold off because of the pandemic. We have been talking to county staff and are working together to not only get projections completed next year, but actually to go one step further and look at, have the demographer do an evaluation of what the county can expect number of students per approved planning unit. We were at about 1 student per 4 units, but that has changed significantly over the years. It also concludes existing conditions. The needs are identified through a comprehensive evaluation of our facilities. We've had design professionals as well as our maintenance and facilities staff go through our buildings, and all of these results are summarized in our existing conditions assessment. Educational adequacy is also something that we look at. We have educational specifications that tell us what we would build if you were to approve a new elementary school, or what to build if it's a new middle school or high school. We actually do a space-by-space comparison of those new facilities with our existing facilities to identify those deficiencies. All of these things together identify the needs for new schools, additions, and renovations. As you can see, in 2015, our survey totaled $406 million, almost 407 million. And again, that's broken down, as you can see, in 0 to 5 years at a little over 169 million, 6 to 10 at the 237 million. So, what has changed since 2015? Demographics have changed. We're not growing at the same rate. When I say we're not growing, New Hanover County Schools is not growing at the same rate. The current population bubble is in the 8th grade. We're moving into our high schools. So obviously we need to take that into consideration in looking at capacity. Development in the county is not producing the same number of students that it did 5 years ago. The average age of the county population has increased. It used to be, I think, 25 to 40, now it's 40 to 55. Don't quote me on those numbers, but it has jumped up a significant age group. Overall, we're seeing a slower but more manageable growth within our school system. Another change is COVID-19. Pandemic has certainly affected student enrollment. We still don't know what the long-term effect of that may be. However, we do believe that our numbers will increase as we begin to recover and schools return to normal. Class size, or K-3 class size reduction has had a huge impact on our schools. Actually, the 2020-21 school year is the final implementation of the K-3 class size reduction. It's called, as I mentioned, it's caused a major reduction in our elementary school capacity over the past 5 years. And lastly, construction costs. Mentioned before, construction costs. It's been an unstable construction market. Costs have increased significantly over just the past few years, and really now starting to look at some concerns about the availability of supplies and equipment. From the 2015 to 2020 survey, new construction increased about 35%, and renovations were up about 50%. So in looking at the 2020 facility needs survey, our total needs are a little over $442 million. So we completed a 2014 bond. Actually, the total cost of our needs have increased. That is primarily due to construction costs, K-3 class size reduction, and the other things that I had mentioned before. But I'd say again, the construction cost, fewer needs, higher costs, we did see an increase. So in looking at the priorities identified in the first 5 years, as I mentioned, we'll look at 0 to 5 and then 6 to 10. The first 5 years are focused on student capacity, safety and security, our specialty high schools, and modernization of existing facilities. Of those, we've identified the highest needs as construction of a new elementary school at River Lights, replacement of Pine Valley Elementary School, and also renovations at Williams. This could allow for the possible expansion of our pre-K program and possibly creating a welcome center for new families of pre-K families and English learners. The priorities included in the 6 through 10 years focus mainly on safety, security, and modernization. It's our goal in both the 0 to 5 and 6 through 10 to bring all facilities up to the same standard for safety and security that's evident in our new schools. We mentioned that before with the safety and with the security vestibules. And I think the best example of what can be accomplished through these types of renovations is with Myrtle Grove, Trask, and Noble. In the years 6 through 10, also include new schools to account for projected growth. This is something that we need to monitor very closely. The next update will be in 2025. And again, it's something that we're going to have to monitor very closely. I'll show you more specifically what I'm talking about in the summary reports. So in the next few slides, we'll look at enrollment projections. We'll take a closer look at our capacity and construction cost summary reports as generated by the Facility Needs Program. This is our enrollment projections as provided by the state. I've highlighted in yellow there. That is the population bubble currently moving out of our middle schools and into our high schools that we've been planning for. We're going to see an increase in our high school numbers over the next 4 years. This second chart is the same as the first, but I added a couple of columns because I really wanted to show on the last 2 columns on the right, you can get an idea of how much we grow year by year. And over the 5-year period, The state is projecting almost a 5.5% increase in our total population. But I also wanted to bring your attention to that. The elementary schools will grow at twice the rate as our secondary schools. And that hasn't been the case for the past, at least 5 years. So that's a new trend that they're projecting that we're gonna, again, have to look at closely. And I've accounted for that in here. And I'll point that out and show you how we're gonna address it. The facility needs assessment generates 2 reports, capacity reports and construction cost reports. This is the capacity report, and there are 2 sets of columns. One looks at existing capacity and then planned capacity. So if we have a project at an existing school that increases capacity, that would be reflected there, as well as any increase in capacity with new schools. I think the most important thing to look at this report is the 2 summaries here. This is, as you can see, we're currently under or over capacity at our elementary and middle schools. So what this is showing is if we completed the projects that are proposed in the first 0 to 5 years, we would be slightly over capacity at all 3 levels, which is where we want to be. Again, current capacity compared to planned capacity for the 6 through 10, and same format. And then again, looking at the 2 summaries. One thing that I want to, again, mention to you here, I'm actually going to back up one slide. So you'll see here that I do have included in 6 through 10, on the 6 through 10 report, but I've prioritized it at the very end, 2 new elementary schools and a middle school. And if we were to build that, you can see how our capacities would compare to projected enrollment. I know we're a little over, but I'd rather it be that way now because we're going to do this again in another 5 years, which will be before we were to even begin planning on those schools. But I think that this gives us some flexibility in our planning. We've talked about the possibility of building a new middle school, moving Trask into that facility, and combining Trask and Laney as one high school. This allows for that flexibility. The other thing that I think we really need to look at and keep an eye on is monitoring how fast proposed developments are being built out. We've got quite a few large developments that have gone through planning and been approved, but some of those are 10-year schedules. Some of those we don't even know what the schedule is at this point. So I think over the next 5 years we really need to watch those developments, keep an eye on how fast they're being built out, and also look at the availability of water and sewer in the northern population of our county. I think once we get water and sewer in that area, you're going to see growth pick up. So looking at the cost reports, again, they're broken down into 0 to 5 and 6 to 10. Each report includes a list of the projects, the scope of the projects, and then the total cost. The costs are built into the program. This is not something that we're estimating. They're based on square footage averages from across the state. So when we enter a new school, 90,000 square feet, all that cost is automatically calculated for us. And as I mentioned, the costs are much higher than the 2015 bond or 2015 update or our 2014 bond. As an example, in Porter's Neck, we had a total project budget of $17 million. A new elementary school is budgeted in this program at $27 million. So, but this is projecting too. It's not today's cost. They're inflating that. I will say we were able to construct the projects for less than the state average. So even though Porter's Neck was 17 million, the state average at the time was a little higher than that. So 0 to 5 years also includes many of our existing schools. These are shown on the column in the right. They're mostly renovations. Whenever an addition is shown, we're doing everything we can to bring that school and its space up to our current standards. So we'll go back to that program analysis or that space-by-space comparison. And if it shows a deficiency with a media center or the lack of a multi-purpose room or auditorium, then those are the additions that we're including. And this is the years 6 through 10. Again, the projects are listed in the left-hand column. You can see going down wherever we have a dollar amount, there is scope included for that category. The remaining projects mostly include renovations and additions at our existing schools. But at the top there, again, you can see those 2 new elementary schools and a middle school. Total cost here, $271, almost $280 million. The last thing I want to share with you is the certification form. This form is required to be signed by the Board of Education and the county commissioners. The form certifies the need to be accurate from the school board. It's not a commitment of funds. Certification from the county commissioners basically says that they have received this information. So if at all possible, I know we're talking about a joint meeting with the school board and the county commissioners. If it's all possible, I think maybe the same presentation at that meeting would be helpful. It may be beneficial to have discussion together, and you can help me answer their questions. So at this time, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Do we own properties to build on for the new schools that you've mentioned?
We do not own for all. We do have the site where CTEC is on Sidbury Road. That's significantly larger than what we're using now. I think that's slightly over 40 acres. And we have talked about the potential for an elementary or a middle school to be built on that site. We're also working, I will say again, we're also working with the county to build in language in their ordinances to encourage developers to set aside land for schools.
Have to.
Yeah, there's a real pushback against requiring that, but I think if the county ordinance can encourage it by offering increased density on their side, we can work with some of the larger developments like we've done in River Lights. It's been a great partnership.
How many of our present elementary schools have space to go up or out?
Well, I mean, I guess all of them have space to go up. It depends on whether they're originally designed and built to go up. Most of them, or I don't think any of them have adequate foundations and structures to support it. We would have to go up and over like we did at Wrightsville Beach. However, I think that's a really good point. And when I say that we're growing at a more manageable rate, the benefit is that we can build schools where they're needed. 10 years ago, if you build it, they will come. I mean, there were neighborhoods all around the school by the time we broke ground. Now we can be a little more selective in looking at where that growth is occurring. And instead of just building elementary schools after elementary schools, we'll do this plan proposes far more additions at existing schools than previous plans. Little more, I think, strategic in our planning.
So I have a question. When we initially started with redistricting, 2 years ago, we had this conversation. And I distinctly remember being told, young people aren't moving here. We don't project that there are going to be young families, which is going to impact our population. that seems to have changed. And so I'm curious, where did the projections, was it because River Lights is now a thing and we know that there is, how did the projections change?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and I'm not sure anyone could give you a definite answer. We could all share various opinions, but I do think that, you know, there's a real emphasis on more multifamily development, and you're going to get mostly young people or retired people. Maybe what the projections are looking at as, you know, young people eventually get married, eventually have kids. I always thought that at some point they would move into single-family housing before those kids became, you know, school age. I'm not sure that they can afford to do that. And so it does seem like now they're staying in multifamily housing longer. You know, but then again too, there's we're also beginning to see some turnover in neighborhoods. So, you know, that maybe that's another avenue for affordable housing. And there's also a real emphasis on affordable housing. I don't think we've quite gotten to where we want to go there, but you know, there is a lot more discussion and emphasis on affordable housing. So I was you know, really somewhat excited to see some you know, some elementary school growth coming back in our school system.
Because we had talked about the need for a middle school and maybe a high school, and elementary was kind of out of that conversation because we didn't anticipate the need for the younger.
Right.
And so it was interesting when I saw those numbers. I was like, well, that's different than what we saw about a year ago. So. And I will say that
the state projections and our current projections from our independent demographer are pretty much right on. So it'll be interesting next year to see what we get from him.
I have a question, Mr. Anderson. Yeah, you've got on here Isaac Bear. What are the plans for that? I mean, I see it on here in the budget. But.
Yeah, Isaac Bear, we've worked with the university to identify a site, and we've also worked with the school to put together an educational program, and what spaces would be needed in a new facility to implement that program. So we've taken that program and turned it into square footage and construction cost estimates. And that would be a new facility located on the university site.
So what needs to happen? I mean, I only briefly read the contract, but they're responsible for the site. Is that correct or no?
Yeah, and I'm not sure exactly, you know, ultimately how this would be worked out because, you know, I'm not sure that we could build a building on a site that they own. So there may need to be some, you know, legal documents or leasing of facilities or something to make that happen. But you know, I'm sure that we can make that happen. I just don't know at this point exactly how it would. But ultimately, it would be within the UNCW campus.
I'll probably call you and ask you more questions about that.
And I will make this offer to all of you. This is a very high level summary, and I'll tell you it's from, you know, 6 months to a year worth of work, and, you know, a stack of books that high. If you do have questions about anything on here or questions about specific schools, you know, feel free to give me a call, and, you know, we can discuss it.
I was just going to add for context, the original MOU and every subsequent MOU until this past one was trying to make it so that Isaac Bear was paid for, the building, the facility was paid for by UNCW. You see it's priority one. It's probably been priority one for a little bit longer, but it wouldn't have shown up last year or the year before on our priorities list because the MOU changed. But yeah, it's, I'm sure you've been out there.
Oh, you have a question, Ms.
Yeah, one question. Have you seen any different sorts of additions or renovations that would be indicated from our experience with this COVID-19 pandemic and different things that we might want to do to our school buildings if we have the opportunity?
Interesting you ask. There is some discussion starting in the design area. But I haven't seen any trends.
Well, we haven't had a chance to trend, but.
Yeah, it's too early to really tell, but those discussions are starting to happen, and I think there'll be, I think they're good discussions.
Yeah, because I remember when we were working on what the footprint looks like, for elementary, middle, and high, and so this brought that back, that maybe when we do new schools, we think about, different things. I don't.
Next pandemic.
Yeah. Not the next pandemic, but just.
Yeah.
Because,
No.
social distancing is probably not going to go away, whether
We,
we're sick or not, but.
We always learn and look to improve.
Well, thank you very much for this report,
thank
sir.
you.
We
That was
appreciate
Right,
you.
I do need to approval of this, so
Oh,
I
I'm
can get this on.
The recommendation.
While you
do
are
we-
here.
Do we have a motion to certify and approve to submit this, what is this, to the state?
Facility needs survey.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Bullier, thank you. Any other discussion?
But we wouldn't submit this until we talk to the county commissioners.
Correct.
Okay.
All right,
Yeah,
Ms.
I have actually already submitted this as a draft, and.
To
so
them?
The state.
Oh, the state, okay.
And so the state has it as a draft. The due date was January 8th, and they're following up with the certification.
Great, thank you. Ms. Bowie? Thank you.
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Boyer?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
Aye.
Ms. Craybill?
Aye.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Motion passes. Next item up is budget amendments. Ms. Mary Hazel Small, please. Welcome back.
Make this brief. Be glad to answer any questions you have, but I request your approval of the budget amendments as presented.
All right, any discussion, questions?
Is there anything in there that should really call our attention, that should really, for those of us who are new and have not been scrutinizing your budgets? Yeah.
Yeah, I would have said a little more if it was like 7 o'clock. So,
Yeah.
for state, we just get routine amendments twice a month.
Okay.
That's part of what's going on there, but we also got some of the final allocations of our coronavirus relief funds in that. So that's in state. For general, the county funding for the bonus, tied in with the rearrangement of our local savings for the bonus is here because the money came after your last meeting. So that's
Okay.
why it's coming tonight, even though we've already paid it. And then the other restricted revenue, there was a correction of the beginning budget to make it like, it's just something we had missed in terms of indirect cost and sales tax revenue, which we corrected.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve the budget amendments?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Justice. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wildebohr. Any discussion?
9. Oh, sorry.
Ms. Bowie?
Speaking German.
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Boyer?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
Aye.
Ms. Craybill?
Aye. Sorry, you guys.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Motion passes. Approval passes. Next item also with Ms. Small is the property insurance renewal.
Thank you. I recommend approval of our renewal. We actually, it looks like it's a different vendor, but it's not. As of July 1st, our DPI insurance fund went from the public instruction to the, where is it? The North Carolina Department of Insurance, the Office of State Fire Marshal. So we, our insurance contract runs from November 26th. It's just the schedule they have us on because they've got all the schools spread out on different schedules. So we, because due to COVID, they were a little late doing our property review. We have just been continuing under the old policy. But assuming you will approve the renewal of this, it will be effective back in terms of the increased rate to November 26th. I also wanted to mention that the premium has increased sort of a net of about 2%, but we're getting more coverage under this new fund. All our flood policies are incorporated with that due to a change in the law. So we used to have our flood insurance with outside vendors that totaled a little over $72,000, and now that's incorporated in this at about $52,000. So It looks like property increased 6%, but the net is 2%.
Okay, great. You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve the insurance renewal?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bullier. Is there a second?
Second.
I don't know who grabbed that first.
Okay.
Ms. Justice got that? I don't know.
Yeah.
Any discussion?
I just have one question. Is this is just for property insurance, not for liability insurance?
It is, that is separate.
Okay,
That
so-
they were approved on a different schedule they run with the fiscal year. So
Okay.
this is just the for our property for facilities.
Okay,
and
so I was
contents.
just asking that question. Is there anything that our parent support organizations need to do when they are renewing their policies, their insurance policies? Yeah, like, we always have to state that the school system is insured with like your PTA, your parent support organization. Is there anything in this that would cause us to have to change our wording in our policies?
I can't imagine that they would be, that their
Like
policy would have
limits
anything to do
going
with
up or
ours. So,
anything like that?
yeah, I
Okay.
can't imagine that. We could research that, but I've
I
never.
mean, I can ask Nancy that, but I didn't know if that was something that just came to mind.
All right. Ms. Bowie, call for the vote, please.
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Bullier?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
Aye.
Ms. Craybill?
Aye.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Aye.
Insurance renewal is approved. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda, correspondence. Is there any correspondence? All right. Announcements. The Title IX Committee will meet on Monday, January 11th at 3 p.m. here at the BOE Center, located 1805 South 13th Street. The Policy Committee will meet on Tuesday, January 12th at 9 a.m., also here. The Board of Education will hold a special meeting on Wednesday, January 13th at 10 a.m. here at the BOE Center. The Family Communications Committee will meet on Thursday, January 21st at 5 p.m. here at the Board of Education Center. And the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee will be held on Monday, January 25th here at the BOE Center. We do not need a closed session on the agenda, so our final item for the evening is adjournment. Is there a motion?
Moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bullier. Second?
That says Hugh from his cot.
Says Mr. McManus? All right, any discussion? Ms. Bowie, call the roll, or vote, please.
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Bullier?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
Aye.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Aye.
The motion passes. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Drive safe, everyone.